This is officially day 6 of our very, very first blind playthrough. We are currently in Act 3, I believe. So let's continue where we left off. Um, so yeah, chat. One thing that I did, forget to mention is that in between Sunday and today, right? I remember, I think it was maybe yesterday, I was taking a look at my earbuds, right? Because I use them for listening to YouTube videos, Twitch streams, playing games, right? Everything. So I was using my earbuds, and then I think I like went to step away from my desk and maybe go grab a drink or some food or something like that. And so I took my earbuds out, right? And I took a look at them, and I noticed that right now I only have the left side of the earbuds. I took out the earbuds and I noticed that the same exact problem was happening to the left side, just like what happened to the right side. So for those that don't know, the right side of my earbuds basically, the ear tip, right, the piece that goes into your ear when you wear the earbuds, that piece is connected to the rest of the earpiece by some glue, right? They have some special glue that they use to connect the pieces together and hold it, right? So the glue is supposed to be very, very, solid, very, very powerful, able to hold these two pieces together for a very long time. With the right side of the earbuds, right, the glue kind of melted, it got loose. And so the ear tip, it fell out, and it was, the ear tip is connected to the earpiece via electrical wires, right? That's how the audio is transmitted through the earbuds. And those electrical wires, they kind of like snapped, right? They got severed because, there was like strain being put on the electrical wires, having to hold the ear tip and try to make sure that it doesn't get separated, right? So I noticed that the left earbud, right, the ear tip, it was seeing the exact same problem where the glue seems to be loosening, it seems to be melting, and the ear tip is kind of like in danger, at risk of falling out and potentially becoming disconnected, potentially breaking the electrical wire. So what I had to do, during the past, like, what is it, a day and a half, 2 days or whatever, that I was not streaming, is I had to take some glue and I had to try to glue it back to how it's supposed to be. And, fingers crossed, knock on wood, I think I have, made a temporary solution where I've been able to reconnect the pieces. But I don't think it's a permanent solution. What I did do is I contacted the company that makes these earbuds, right? When I contacted their customer support and I told them about the issue, they said that I'm more than welcome to fill out a sort of like service request form. And what that will do is basically I will have to send the company these earbuds, and they will either try to fix them or they will send me a replacement pair, right? So I went ahead and I finally filled out the service request form. And all I need to do now is I need to put these earbuds in a box, a package, and I need to mail it to the correct, the company address, right? And so yeah, I'll need to, pay for postage and everything, and have it sent over there, and then they'll send me a replacement. But yeah, the only problem is that, like, normally I use these earbuds for everything, right? For streaming, for watching videos, live streams, everything on my PC. And if I don't have these, then I'm kind of stuck using my headphones. And, while these headphones that I have are not like objectively bad quality, the big problem with these headphones is that I have a large head, and I also wear glasses, right? So what happens is these headphones, they're designed in a way where they're not supposed to like fall off of your head, right? They're not supposed to be loose. So when you wear them, they kind of like put pressure and they kind of like in a way squeeze inwards, right? To make sure that the headphones are not loose, that they don't fall off. And I cannot wear these headphones for an extended period of time. I can't wear it for like 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever. I have to take them off after a while because they get uncomfortable. So I basically just need to find a good time when I, am not streaming, when I am kind of offline and I have like several days that I do not need to necessarily, I don't have to use these earbuds, where I can, mail these out. I can ship these out to the company and they can, hopefully very quickly send me a replacement. But yeah. I have been feeling a little bit crappy because, not being able to use these earbuds, frequently, consistently, and having to use my headphones, it has not been super duper fun. But it is what it is, right? Yeah, you kind of have to deal with the problems that you're given, right? So yeah. That's something that happened. Forgot to briefly mention that, but for today, for now, I'm using these earbuds and they'll work. They'll suffice, right? But I do, without a doubt, absolutely need to replace them at some point, hopefully soon. So yeah. All right. Our objective, I believe we want to continue with the main quest chat because we basically cannot go back to this previous region until I think until we complete Act 3, if I'm not mistaken. So let's go ahead and let's find, I believe it's Yuna that we need to speak with. So let's chat with her. All right, let's see here. What's up, Yuna?
近江から上野岳の砦に続く古道があるんだ。だけど猛虎に陣取られてる。チラスにも味方が欲しいね。佐護山に狩人の集団がいる。頭はたけし。
友なのか？
違う。だけど手を貸してくれる。弓の腕はかなりのもんだよ。一人で会ってきて、私は志村の城を抜けて近江に行ってくる。
皆と共に南を攻めろ。俺は狩人を連れ北から攻め入ろう。
うまくいくかな。
ああ。抜かるでないぞ。
あんたも。
Alright, chat. Here we go. Find Takeshi's camp in Sago Prefecture. Oh, wow. That is very far away. Holy moly. Okay. Wait a second. Hold on. Oh, nice. I have a new horse. That's good. Yeah, I was about to say, like, if I could not call a new horse over to me, that would be a disaster. Alright, chat. Let's ride. Bring it on, bozos. It's time to fight. That was really dumb. Okay, he's dead. He's dead. Good shit. Who else is there? I kill this thing? There we go. Stupid bird. Oi, you. Get back over here. I see the bowman. Ooh, I'm out of arrows. Oh, that's not good. How did I miss that headshot? What the heck? How am I missing, chat? What the hell? There we go. Finally. Nicely done. Alright. This guy is a brute. Wait. Let's take care of this guy. That's really annoying. There we go. Okay. 2, 3, 4. Cut. Okay. Okay. Nope. Too far away from him. 1, 2, 3, 4. Beautiful. Good shit. I didn't even realize you were out here, buddy.
酒井様は命の恩人です。あなた様のひどい噂は決してし。助かった。猛虎は石でできた砦から見張っていたようです。
通る者を襲っておるのだな。あとは任せよ。
Okay. So I think I need to go this way, right? Let me take a look. Make sure I'm heading the right way. Horsey, come here. Kage number 2. Let's go. I don't know what those explosions are, but they don't sound good. See what's going on here.
壊しておいた方が良いな。
Okay. Bye-bye. Who's next? You? Bring it on. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. You're dead. Alright. Sup, dude? It's one of these guys, okay. Okay. 2, 3. No, you don't. There we go. You're dead. Get out of here with that shit. You ain't gonna hit me with a fucking, explosive like that. Fuck you. We're on a roll, chat. We're on a roll. Okay, how do I destroy this thing? Okay, now we aura farm. We just stand here. Looking at our good work. Good deeds. Bitter Hills Garrison. Okay. That might not be a bad idea to get like a, an area here that we can teleport to. Seems like it's this direction. Okay, okay. Should probably use the opportunity to scout the area. Doesn't seem like there's anyone there. We can climb to the top just to be sure, and maybe there's some arrows up here. There's some supplies, I'll take that. Okay. Leather. Hey, surely this garrison is not gonna be, like, a major pain in the ass to take, right, chat? Kill an enemy using a perfect parry. Ooh, I don't know if we can do that, chat. We can try, but I don't know how likely it is. Can I take care of this big guy? I actually don't know if he faces any particular direction.
Bildin bagara. Type shit shoots.
Okay. Interesting. Maybe I can get those two bozos who, yeah, those two guys there.
Shemen hood not nemer quit. Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Очиж барь. Тэрнийг оцгой. Алцчихлаа. Би бас алцлаа. Тошо! Ямар нэг юм хардуу. Энд харагдахгүй л байна.
No way I can't jump on that.
Эртэн байгаа юу? Тэнд харагдахгүй. Алцчихлаа. Би бас алцчихлаа. Ямар нэг юм хардуу. Барь.
Wait, how am I getting damage? I'm actually very, very curious.
Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Харахгүй байна. Очиж барь. Тийм ээ. Тэр мөн байж таарлаа.
Interesting. I actually did not even realize, chat, that this area has like one of those flying eagles. I can see it now. Okay. I should probably find a way to get closer to that eagle. Interesting, so it changes positions. It has like different spots where it sits. Yeah, I see the bird there. You're dead.
Solaritzek!
Oh, wait, I have no more ammo.
Kamu harap tujuan. Dosso, Turgen.
So far, we're doing good, chat. We're doing good. Yeah, I think this guy was a brute, right? The one who was like chasing after me. Wow, okay. Okay. He's dead. No, you don't. Okay. There we go. What's going on, Range X? Welcome on in, homie. Hope you're doing well. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Alright, where's that dumb eagle? There it is. Fuck you, eagle. Eat shit. Alright, let's see here, chat. I actually don't know if there are any more enemies inside the camp here. Seems like there are. At least 3 of them, if not more. Alright. Let's grab some ammunition here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please. Oh shit, we get to challenge them. Nice. Oh, you bitch. Come on, bring it on. You're dead.
りチーム
Oh, you little fucker. You're dead. Get out of here. You don't stand a chance, bud. You do not stand a chance. Alright, very nice chat. So, let's see. I think we've liberated this entire camp, which is great. Take that iron. Thank you very much. Can I open this box? No, it doesn't seem like I can. Alright, hells yeah. Okay, we can fast travel here. Perfect. Alright, so now... Where'd you go, buddy? There you are. Hello there. Hello, Kage number 2. So I think we need to go... What is it? This way? Oh, it's that way. Okay, okay. Alright, Kage number 2. I am going to head down this cliffside, and I will call you whenever I get all the way down here. There we go. Because, yeah, we need to, Where'd you go, buddy? There you are. Alright, my noble steed. Onwards we go to the objective of the, Sago Prefecture of the main quest line. Range, I hope you've been doing well, man. I know last time you mentioned that Ninja Gaiden 4 was releasing, so I'm not sure if you ended up buying that game and playing it, but if you have, then I really hope that it's been a lot of fun. I've seen I've seen gameplay of Ninja Gaiden, the 4th one, and it looks quite impressive. It looks quite fun. So I'm sure that, you know, if you ended up buying it, then you very likely had a lot of fun enjoying it. Okay, where's this area right here? Where's this? Is this where we need to go? This might be, chat. Maybe up this little hill. Played it on Game Pass? Ah, I see, I see. Yeah, I hope the experience was fun. And if you ever, decide to buy it, like, permanently for yourself and enjoy it, I hope that you have a blast. Yeah, range. I know. I'm saying that, like, later, if you decide to buy it, fully for yourself permanently, then I hope that you get to continue enjoying it. But I know that you only played it on Game Pass for now. Do I need to go up this mountain? Like, I'm curious what this particular icon is. Maybe there's, like, some kind of a treasure item. Takeshi's Camp. Oh, so that's where it is. Oh, okay. Crane Mountain Shrine. I still have no idea what I'm supposed to do with these shrines, chat. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, so I think Takeshi's Camp might be up here, chat. Let's see if we can potentially climb up. I'm not sure if there's a pathway that leads up here. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Maybe like right here. No, not right there. Wait. There we go, chat. We found something. Alright, did we make it, chat? I think we made it. Let's follow this pathway, because it's probably at the very, very, very top. What's up, dude? Hello there, folks. How are we all doing today?
温まってってくれ。
Oh, it looks like they're not surprised to see me. That's a good thing. Alright. Let's see. Can't play a girl on Ninja Gaiden 4. Some Ninja Gaiden games you can play as a girl. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah.
お主たけしか。
名前もご存知か。
酒井仁、ユナの友だ。
あいつの生きてんのか。
近江への道が固められた。俺一人では道を開けん。手を貸してほしい。
どうしたもんかね。
狩りの名手だと聞いたぞ。この地の狩人の頭だそうだな。
ユナがそう言ったのか。
戦に慣れておるともな。違うのか。
慣れてはいる。だが訳もなく命を懸けられないな。
この冬は寒くなる。山の中で凍えながら過ごすより砦で暮らしたいだろう。
That's a good point. That's a good point.
春までいていいなら乗った。
決まりだな。
獅子を狩るのとは訳が違う。まずは様子を探る。
日に日に寒くなってくるね。
INA was in the game. You can play as her. Oh, you can't play as her. I see. And I'm guessing in like previous Ninja Gaiden games that you would be able to play as INA or some other female character. Yeah, that's certainly disappointing. Yeah, that's disappointing. I think that, you know, being able to kind of customize the character that you want to play as, whether it's male or female, is definitely a really nice kind of quality of life feature. Because yeah, I mean, if I'm playing like a game where I get to, you know, kind of you know, portray a ninja character, I would very much rather choose like a female ninja, which I believe are the name of them is like kunoichi, in Japanese. So I would very much prefer to play as a female ninja, but yeah, it is what it is. I mean, I'm assuming that like in Ninja Gaiden 4, right? It's probably a story about how the main character, being a male ninja, right? He is probably trying to become, you know, kind of like the deadliest ninja assassin out there or something. So it's very likely why you can't you know, you can't choose any other character to play as. The first Ninja Gaiden game, you can only play as Ryu. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
猛
That
虎の
makes
いてが
sense.
門を守り、絶え間なく騎兵が往来してる。
我らが北から攻めればユナたちが南から乗り込む手はずだ。
ユナも一緒か。なるほど。
砦は崖際にあるな。登って入れそうだ。
砦に材木を送る木こりの宿営だな。猛虎が現れてからはもぬけの殻だ。崖登りの腕は
増えてではない。
Wolves at the gates. Very nice. Very nice, chat. It's time to do some climbing. Travel to Fort Kaminodake. Okay. Ooh, interesting. It's southwest. I see. And there's not really a fast travel location that I think is faster. Okay. Let's do this, chat. Okay, we're full of arrows. Okay. And I'm guessing we need to go this way. Yeah, alright. Down the mountainside we go, chat. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Yep, we need to keep going down that way. Alright, Kage number 2. Let's go, buddy. Alright, bring it on, Mongols.
Soktaku Yasin!
Beautiful. Okay, this guy has... No, he has that weapon. What? That was fucking sneaky. Can you stop fucking moving out of my way? By the way, where's the dumb bird? I saw a bird around here.
어쩌지 메리 믿지 않나?
I block that. I block that. Fuck you, you're dead. One, two, three, four. You're dead. Come on, bring it on, Fatso. Yep, there you are. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Okay. Bring it on. There you go, come on. There we go. You're dead. Eat shit. Don't worry. I am here to save you, lady.
逃がしてやる。
助けていただいたご恩返しようがありません。
礼はいらぬ。それよりもどこで捕まった？
助けを求めて街道を歩いていたところ、月のない夜だったものですから、道沿いに敷いてあった野営にうっかり入ってしまったんです。
野営があるならば壊さねばなるまいな。さあ、行け。
Hell yeah. Alright. Kage, let's go, buddy. Rumored location added. Perfect. Alright, chat. We have about 3 minutes until ads start. Ow, you little bitch. What's up, Archer? You're dead. Okay. You're dead.
Алдчихлаа.
Holy moly. Holy moly, chat. How the fuck did I not block any of that? I don't know, man. That makes no fucking sense how I didn't block anything. You're dead.
Очиж барь.
There we go. You're dead. Eat shit. Eat shit. All of you can eat shit. Alright. That's payback for the previous loss that I took. Okay. So this area does not seem like it's a fast travel point, which is kind of sad, but it is what it is. I think I need to go across this bridge, right? Come over here, Kage2. Oh shit, we have ads going on, chat. Completely did not notice that. Alright, first ad break, where we stretch, we exercise, we chill, and we take care of our health. Alright, let's see here. Bring the weight over. Pick it up. And, here we go, chat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very nice. Very, very, very nice. Alrighty then. And then we do stretches, just to make sure that my old bones don't you know, crackle and pop too much. Oh boy. Oh, that feels good. Oh, that feels good. Yeah, that's really good. You know, I remember, I think during my previous live stream, it was, or it might have been the live stream before, I tried, you know, lifting the dumbbell with my left arm, and you know, I kind of felt this weird, it wasn't really a pain, it was kind of just like, you know, my muscle straining itself about right here in my body. And I was like, okay, that does not feel good. That does not feel comfortable. So I was like, let's take it easy on the lifting and make sure that I don't, you know, accidentally pull a muscle or something like that. So I got to be very, very careful. But in any case, getting a good workout is important for our health. And then I'll take a swig of water for health. And in fact, I actually have here, Chad. It's kind of hard to tell, and it probably does not look very appetizing. But I have a small little salad here in a bowl. I have some salad from my dinner. I'll eat just a little bit of salad during the break. I'm not really the biggest fan of healthy foods like salads, but if you have a good dressing, if you have good ingredients, then a salad works, right? A salad is not the worst thing ever. All right, ad break should be over. We can resume the gameplay, chat. Let's do this. I think we need to go to the right over here. Follow this pathway, this route. Bring it on, you Mongol.
Yum he gets samurai.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Nice. Free resources, baby. You'll love to see it. I definitely do need to make sure that I take advantage of any predator hides that I find, because those can unlock some really, really beneficial upgrades. Meet Takeshi's hunters at the lumber camp.
Sakai様、こっちだ。ようやくここまで登れたぞ。だがノロノロしてると猛虎に蹴取られそうだ。
そこから離れろ。すぐに行く。
すぐにね。
Alright, how are we gonna do this, chat? Nope, I don't see it, chat. I don't see the pathway up. Kind of weird. How do I get up there? That's a great question. Ah, there we go.
今飲みました。
ユナのやつ変わった友ができたな。
策を練るぞ。
ここから砦の中が見える。
Dang it, chat. I thought for a second there that I was gonna sneeze, and then the sneeze just went away.
屋根の上から場をかき乱せるな。
ユナが言いそうだ。
いろいろと教わった。山際から砦を見渡せそうだな。
敵も狙い撃てる。
あそこに射手の多くを置こ
う。お前ら続け。他の者は崖へ向かえ。
俺に気づいた敵を仕留めてくれ。
よし、わかった。気をつけろ。
Nicely done, man. Fuck yeah, good shit, good shit. Do we want to do the sneaky sneak approach? Probably not, right? Beautiful. Nicely done. Hey, alright, not too shabby, chat.
こんなのけだものがすることだ。
それが猛虎だ。木こりは抗ったのだろうな。
一人残らず殺してやろ
騎兵が来るぞ。ここなら挟み撃ちにできる。隠れろ。聞こえただろ。散れ。合図したら矢を射ろ。今少し待て。今だ。殺してやれ。
Oop, sorry, buddy.
お前ら集まれ。走り急ぐぞ。志村様が遠兵を募り軍を作ったと聞いた。なぜあんたが率いない？
I broke ties
志
with
村殿
them.
には志村殿の策が終わりだからだ。ということはこの砦あんたのものじゃないのか？志村殿には南門から聞こえた。様子を見てみよう。ついてこい。言うな。まさかあいつが？向こうに行かねば橋の様子を見るぞ。
Alright.
「兵は南門に集められてる。今しかないぞ。橋を抜けられたとしてもヒヤリの良い的になるな。鍵縄とやらで橋を下から渡ってヒヤリを奪えないか。木にかければ向こう側に渡れる。登れそうな崖もあるな。見つかったら俺らが射抜いてやる。足を攻めようが攻めまいが危うきことに変わりはない。俺らは指揮に従うよ。では備えておけ。
Alright, here we go, chat. No! Really? Really? There we go. Ooh. He's down. He's down. You're dead. You're dead.
援軍が向かっておるぞ。
Nicely done. You're dead.
Let's
go, chat. We got this.
来たか。槍川の戦士も一緒だ。
やっと分かった。あんたクロードか。だが山より大きいと聞いたぞ。
今は戦え。
Get over here, bozo.
どれだけ待たせんのさ。
こっち来ないで。見つかっちゃう。分かってます。どっか行って。
なぜ門を開けるまで待たなかった。
まさか様の案だよ。
敵の残りはいかほどだ。
こやつらのみです。
では早く殺せ。
酒井様、ちょうどいいところに。
抜かるなよ、ノリオ。
Aşağı yap çok.
Beautiful.
クロード様に続け。クロード様。
Nice.
Alek Bolçic. Sözle konti.
Beautiful. Easy money.
なんとかなったね。
さあ、砦を奪いますよ。
Alright, here we go. We captured the fort, baby.
おのおの方、怪我は。
少しもないわ。
まあ今のところはな。
無事です、酒井様。
こんなに寒いだなんて聞いてませんよ。
いずれ慣れるさ。上学に迎えるよう武具を整えておけ。お主、たけしと何があった。
ずっと前のことさ。
あやつらただの狩人ではなかろう。
そうとも言うかもね。
砦で道を守るよう頼んだが、ようやく猛虎から逃れた民を襲うような賊であっては困る。
悪さをすれば私が許さない。
たけしはお主に会いたがっておったぞ。
もうあった。早く立とう。
では上学へ向かおう。そこで最後の策を練る。
やっとハーンを殺せるんだね。
I like Yuna as a character. I feel really, really bad that, obviously Taka passed away. If it were up to me, he would not have died. But I like Yuna as a character. I think she's a fantastic, strong, female lead character as a supporting, cast member of this game. All right, let's see here, chat. So, Ooh, what's this? Oh, it's 9 out of 9. It's the final Lady Masako quest. Hell yeah. Okay, okay. Very nice. We do have this Mongol territory we can take down. And then I'm assuming that yeah, I'm assuming that oh wait. Wow. Okay, so we can go back to this area now. Interesting. Okay, okay. Not bad, not bad. I might actually want to do that, chat. Hmm. Hmm. We have some stuff to think about, chat. Got some upgrades from the Trapper. You'll love to see it. Okay, okay. Alright, chat. Before we, teleport anywhere, I think we should go ahead and, we should work on Lady Masako's questline, because I think that's important. And then, let me see here. I don't believe that we have Ishikawa-sensei's quest anywhere over here. Yeah, I don't see it, chat. Is it up here? It is. Ah, all the way up here. Okay, okay. All right. Okay, so first let's stop and let's focus on Lady Masako's quest. I think that is most important. So we'll start with that. Then we can maybe do Ishikawa Sensei's. And after that, we can potentially work on, some of the, um, optional side quests, right? The different areas that need to be, liberated, right?
志村様が正しかったと思う。
クロード様を悪く言うな。
でもお侍でもあるだろう。
Where is Lady Masako? Is she inside?
早く船で海に出たいな。波しぶきを感じたり、潮風が恋しい。
島中を猛虎に奪われてるのに潮風が恋しいだと。
気晴らしだった。何が悪い？
頭を空にできる場所を探したらどうだ？
Upstairs, maybe? Maybe not.
湖じゃ何か違うんだ。
だよな。
Maybe she's in a completely different area. Oh, Lady Masako, where did you disappear to?
見知らぬ侍がいたな。しばらくおとなしくした方がいいな。
Somewhere this direction? Champ? Maybe she's underneath here. Ah, there she is. Found her.
お邪魔でしたか。
構わぬ。
Alright, here we go, chat.
お祈りを。
我が先祖にな。これからする所業の許しを請うておった。
ご先祖は何と。
声が聞こえぬ。
ご先祖にはできぬお務めゆえ、あえて黙っておいでなのでしょ
う。姉の居所が分かった。菊池家の古い砦だ。
ご出立を。
もう香を切らしてしまったからな。祈りをあげられぬ。
The sister betrayed. Alright. Time to hunt down Lady
菊池の
Hana.
館はこっちだ。
よく見つかりましたね。
姉は池田殿の家に入ってな。菊池家
Ikeda.
の老頭であった。
近くの山のふもとに親方が。
姉はいつも自分の館を欲しがっておった
菊池家も小もたで滅んでおります。
な。姉は館を乗っ取ろうと企んでおるのだろう。
足立家を奪い損ねましたから。
話によるとある一族が今日構えたらしい。家紋はあの文のものと同じ。
姉君か。
今は館を流民の仮住まいにしておるそうだ。故郷を失う辛さがわかると申して。
まことでしょうか。
突き止めてやろう。
姉君が故郷を失ったとは。
結婚して家を出たに過ぎん。
池田殿は老頭では。
ああ、
なぜ妹のあなたが武家に嫁ぐことになられた。
幼き頃賊に押し入られたことがあってな。私は太刀を手に取り、姉は隠れた。賊どもを片付けた後、足立殿率いる侍衆がやっと駆けつけてきたのだ。姉は一目で足立殿を気に入ったようだが、見初められたのは私の方。
嫉妬の末に裏切りに行き着いたのか。
昇進を癒してやりたくて池田殿との結婚を後押しし、姉は北へ嫁いだ。
Who was Ikeda?
池田殿とはお知り合いでしたか。
前妻に先立たれたが優しき男と評判であった。
優しさなどいくらでも取り繕えます。
何を申したい。
なぜ姉君は今になって復讐を企てたのかわからないのです。
これだけ分かっておればよい。姉は我が一族を殺し、今日その報いを受ける。
Interesting. Okay. So, yeah, it seems like, I had a theory, which I believe I mentioned during my previous stream chat, where, basically Lady Masako married Lord Adachi, and perhaps, Lady Hana was not happy about that. She maybe wanted to marry Lord Adachi herself, and so that might be the reason why, she ended up betraying Lady Masako. So it seems like that is the plot of this little storyline here, but we'll find out more when we eventually, reach the destination and confront Lady Hana. How far away is it? Let me see here. This one's Frozen Overlook. Doesn't really show the destination. That's interesting. Yeah, I guess we just continue following Lady Masako and see where she leads us.
姉君が裏切る兆しは。
近しい間ではなかったが、お互いを思い合っておった。公の場でも姉を見かければ挨拶を交わしていたぞ。まさかこれほど憎まれておるとも知らずにな。
あの日は親方にいらっしゃったのですね。
朝から館に来て菰田からの知らせを待っておった。夫の安否に気をもみながらな。あの時初めて姉と分かり合えた気がした。私の孫のために土産を持ってきて懐かれていたのに、最後を見届けに来たとも知らず、まんまと迎え入れてしまった。
足立家の嫁子らは賊と戦ったようですが。
戦ったのは私と嫁らで、姉は孫と馬屋に逃げた。その後姉らしきムクロを見つけた。誰の顔かわからぬほどに潰されておったが、金色の帯で姉だと思い一族の墓に埋めたのだ。
あなたが生き残ったことを知り、偽のムクロを作った知恵者です。
私を生かしたこと悔やませてやる。
That's honestly like such a crazy, you know, crazy story to follow. You know, first, Lady Hana, she thinks that she kills the entire family, including Lady Masako. Then it turns out that Lady Masako is very much alive. So then Lady Hana pretends to, you know, die, pretends to pass away. And Lady Masako is like, oh, Lady Hana's dead. But then it turns out that Lady Hana was kind of like the villain behind the curtain the entire time. Sago Forest. Interesting. Okay. I think one of the details that I always love about this game is how when you're traveling, you know, you can hear the breathing of the people, you can hear the breathing of the horses, you know? It's very, very, like, hyper-realistic. Very much intended to, you know, get you fully immersed as much as humanly possible.
ご用心を。愚民ばかりの場所ならば何があってもおかしくありません。
花はどこにおる？
政子が来た。殺せ。
切り捨てろ。
Not a chance.
門を開けるぞ。
急がねば新手が来ます。民をかくまっておった。
あれはただの隠れ蓑さ。姉上、姿を見せろ。
殺せ。
どこにおる？
Beautiful.
援軍です。
人殺しに使えるのか。出てこい、臆病者。
This guy is good. Holy. Okay.
道場まで押し通れ。
次から次へと。
どうでもいい、皆殺しだ。
Okay. Nicely done.
まだ来るか。さっさと殺して終わらせるぞ。
やれ。
Come on. You're dead.
お願い、殺さないで。
花はどこだ。
山の上の館です。
妹が会いに来たと伝えろ。
姉君を何といたす。
やられたことをやり返す。
ご家族であっても。
私の家族は死んだ。あれはただの人殺しだ。
She's got a point. Kinda got a point, chat. Let's see what happens.
さあ出てこい。
来たか政子。
姉上だと騙し、私に誰を埋めさせた。
猛虎に殺された百姓の女だ。泣いてやったか。
よくも全てを奪ってくれたな。
息子の嫁に孫だけ、それのどこが全てだ。足立の死は猛虎に奪われ、お前も殺し損ねた。だがやっと本当に全てを奪える。殺せ。
奴ら
ここは食い止めましょ
助かる。
う。来い。
Bring it on, baby.
Masako 殿。
Wait, where did they go? Outside? Oh, in the room.
よくも息子の嫁を、幼い孫を、一族を殺してくれたな。
お前の所業に比べれば安いものよ。
私が何をした。
奪ったではないか。館から追い出し、心を寄せる男をさらい、飲んだくれを押し付け身も凍る地へ送ったのはお前だ。永劫に続く苦しみを受けてもなおこの生き地獄はお前には分かるまい。お前が押し付けた地獄だぞ。
いずれも私の咎ではない。
何を言う。知らぬふりをしておったくせに。殺しに来たのだろう。切りたければ切れ。苦しみが終わるのならば本望だ。
始末をつけるのは私ではない。己自身だ。
お前も地獄を味わえ。
皆を悼む代わりに笑い合って過ごした日々を心に浮かべようと努めたが、見えるのは姉の顔、それだけだ。これが生き地獄なのか。
いえ、仇を討ったではありませんか。ご一族のため、その命を懸けて、もう安らぎを求める時です。
この道は安らぎには通じぬ。
ではどこへ。
どこであろうな。このまま歩みを進めればわかるであろう。
それは修羅の道です。
もう遅い。だがお前が呼ぶなら手を貸すぞ。
There we go, chat. There we go. The sister betrayed completed. We'll take it. We'll take it. Yeah. Adachi half mask. Nice. Charm of the Lost Mind. Okay, okay. Interesting. Yeah, you know, I have to say, I think the dialogue between Lady Masako and her sister, I think it could have been better. Um, you know, essentially, I feel like both characters, Lady Hana and Lady Masako, they did not really do a good job of explaining their perspectives to each other, right? Like, I think that, first of all, you know, Lady Masako, she should have told her sister that, you know, the reason Lord Adachi chose Lady Masako is because, you know, she was basically courageous, right? She was willing to fight, um, fight against the Mongols, against the bandits and whatever, right? So I think that, you know, that is something that needed to be made clear to Lady Hana. And then I think that Lady Hana, she, you know, when she basically told Lady Masako about how, you know, her husband, Ikeda, was essentially like a an abusive drunk, right? I think that Lady Masako should have apologized and said like, I was not aware that Ikeda was, you know, a scumbag, right? I wasn't aware that he was a villainous man, right? So I think that, you know, both sisters, they should have talked it out and they should have apologized to one another. And then, yeah, I mean, like, there's not really a good way to deal with Lady Hana because, you know, she murdered so many innocent people. And I think that, you know, Lady Hana, without a doubt, 100% should be punished in some manner. I don't know if, you know, having Lady Hana take her own life was the best possible outcome, but I suppose that it is, you know, a way that you could conclude that story. Yeah. That's the thing about, you know, especially relationships between siblings, right? I think that when you have, you know, a brother or when you have a sister, right? I think that communication is such a crucially important thing that you cannot, you know, you cannot disregard it. You cannot ignore it. And you never really know, you never really know if someone is feeling particularly hurt by you unless you sit down and chat with them, right? So it's like, yeah, I think that basically Lady Masako and Lady Hana, they did not do a good job of communicating with each other. And that was a major reason why they, you know, they kind of became enemies with one another. Oh, there's a dog. Oh, that dog is a problem. I need to take care of that dog for sure. Oh shit. There's so many of those Mongols down there. That's not good.
勝負しろ。
Okay, bring it on, bozos. What's going on, Quinn? Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Okay. That's not good. I see that guy. I need to get that archer. This guy's a problem. There we go. There we go. Okay. There we go, chat. Nicely done. Man, that was a really, really annoying fight. Okay. Hell yeah. Okay, okay. So we completed this area. That's really good. And we got ourselves a fast travel point. Let's go ahead, chat, and let me see here. Yeah, let's travel and visit the trapper. And then I think we can continue on with Sensei Ishikawa's what's it called? Sensei Ishikawa's quest line. So let's see here. Fast travel. We do have a gift at the gift altar. I didn't even realize that. Where is our trapper friend? All the way over here. Okay. What kind of upgrades do we have? Let's see. Poison Dart, Wind Chime, Black Powder Bomb. Kunai, Smoke Bomb, Sticky Bomb. I'm gonna upgrade this right here, the Smoke Bomb. Having more than one Smoke Bomb is gonna be extremely valuable for us. Especially because using a Smoke Bomb, it restores HP, which is really, really nice. Nasu Baba's Wrath. Demonic visage for a fearsome warrior. Very nice. Okay. Any other upgrades or anything? Armor upgrades. Okay. I'm actually not sure if, yeah, I'm not sure if the, armor that I care about is available to upgrade. I don't think that it is. But who knows? We could be wrong. Alright, 5 minutes until ads, chat. 5 more minutes, and then we will take a break. Where the heck is the armorer? I don't even know where they put the armorer, chat. Doesn't seem like it's over here. Maybe it's near the entrance? Oh, I think I see it. I think I see it, chat. Yep, found it. Alright, what armor? Ronin, Ghost, and Travel. Reduce enemy detection speed. Reduces the number of kills to enter Ghost stance. Samurai is already almost maxed, and then same thing with the... Interesting, okay. Alright. Okay. I think I might want to max out the Sakai one, chat. I think that might be good. Same thing with the Samurai one. Like, that'll be really nice to max out. The Ghost Armor one, like, getting a 40% reduced detection speed, it's not really that incredible of an upgrade. So I think that, you know, we'll hold off on upgrading that armor. We don't need it right now. Okay. So, we're done visiting that. Let's go all the way up north here. And... let's see. Fast travel. We will... I believe Sensei Ishikawa is up here.
Sakai, 話がある。お主の年の頃、わしは次の長尾忠頼と言われておった。
先生ならば当然でしょう。
政治を抜かすな。腕がいいだけだ。
先生には感謝しております。
かつてわしは鍛錬に明け暮れ、家族を持ついとまもなくてな。巴を後継ぎにしたかったが、あやつの所業は許せなかった。
お察しします。
わしは弓に生涯を捧げ、弓はわしの名を世に広めた。だが弓は所詮武具よ。家族を持てばよかった。
先生、
わしのようになるな。クロードに飲まれてはならんぞ。巴は神館におる。猛虎を率いて名声を得ようと駆け回っておるわ。
ならば必ず捕らえましょう。
捕らえて始末をつけねばな。
Very nice. Okay. Okay. So where do we go now? Friends in passing. What is this? 8 out of 9? Okay. Alright, so we need to go all the way over here. Let's go ahead and fast travel. And then I'm going to track this one. Somewhere this way? Yeah, somewhere this way. Onwards we go, Kage 2. Okay, we have ads starting soon, chat. Okay, we're reaching the area. And we have ads chat. There we go. Alright, pause the game. And we do some more exercise. Okay. As always, dumbbell time. Oof. Okay. One, two, three, 4, 5. There we go. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. All right, 5 on each. Nicely done. Nicely done. Oh man. Go ahead and stretch the arm out. Make sure that the blood is flowing properly and that the muscles don't get too tensed up. Oh, that feels good. Yeah. Gotta do the whole windmill action. I don't know why I said meal. I don't think you can eat the wind, so it's not really a good meal. Oh, that feels good. Alright. Nicely done. Let's see here. Gotta take my daily supplement, my horse pill that my mom likes to give me. Alright. I don't know why it is, chat. It's very weird. For some reason, when I take those pills and I drink water rather than like something such as soda or juice or whatever, I feel as if I am at risk of choking a lot more. And I think it's because, when I drink water and I take those supplement pills, right? Like the vitamin B or whatever. I can kind of taste the pill itself, and it tastes nasty. It tastes disgusting. It's medicine, right? So whenever I taste it, I'm like, ugh, this is horrible. And then my mouth doesn't want to basically digest it. It doesn't want to swallow the water and swallow the pill. So, yeah. But if I'm able to drink it with something that has some good flavor to it, then, you know, my body is much more fine with intaking the supplement. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Those are some good stretches. Good stretches, chat. Let's continue on with the gameplay now that the ads are over.
あれはなんだ。猛虎の小勢、皆殺しだ。犯人は丸焼けだ。火矢を使ったな。背負いられておる。今日疲れたのか。
Wait, what's this?
これは日本の矢。叔父上の兵か。犯人は島の者だ。おそらく集団。先生ならば話は別だが。
Matsu?
ご無礼をいたしました。
俺に忍び寄るのは進めんぞ。
ここの猛虎を殺した者のお仲間かと。その方は侍で年老いた弓取りでした。
石川先生だ。どこにおる。
確か1日か2日で我が家に戻るはずです。
そなたの家に。
飯も暖もありますので。何の御用か存じませんが下級のご様子でした。
巴の足取りがつかめたのか。家はどこだ。
この近く。じきに吹雪くのでまず私の罠を調べ、それからお連れします。
よし、共に行こう。名は何と。
松と申します。
Interesting. Matsu. Friends in passing. Okay, okay. Friends in passing. Interesting title to this quest line.
先生から何か聞いたのか。
いいえ、何も。無口なお方なので。
相変わらずか。
まさかお侍にお会いできるなんて。
戦は思わぬ縁を生むな。
これを機にぜひともお伺いしたいことが。
申してみろ。
人の生き死にを左右できるお力を得られてどのようなご気分。
It's humbling.
重い責が伴う。
密かにお楽しみでは。
俺が化け物ならばな。
それは意外なお答えでした。あれ、私の罠です。
すぐに調べろ。先生が立ってしまう。
Okay.
殻だ。仕掛け直します。
そなた狩りをしてはどうだ。
狩りだなんて私にはとても。
では餌を変えてみろ。
そのつもりはありません。
餌は何だ。
獲物をその気にさせるだけ。
それは愉快。男でも釣る気か。
次を見に行きましょう。
That was a good joke. I like that joke.
北の暮らしは辛そうだな。
どこも同じ。私は南から逃れてきました。
連れは。
父も母も幼い頃に。以来一人で生きています。あなたは立派なお生まれでしょう。
志村殿の甥だ。
志村？まさかあなたが噂のクロード？でももののけのごとき背の丈だったはず。
Not right now. The ghost is a useful story.
そういう話もあるが、もののけは人に化けて里に降りるとも聞くぞ。
そんなものがいるわけないじゃないですか。でしょ？それに男前は人と決まってます。
なるほどな。うまく化けられたようだ。
Matsu is a very friendly person. I like her personality.
Ah! 獲物が取られる。追い払ってください。早く。
任せろ。飢えておるな。お主ら、
どうか見逃してください。
人の獲物だろう。
お許しを。ひもじくてつい。もう何日も木の皮しか食っとらんのです。
持っていけ。
ありがとうございます。
逃がしたのですか？獲物まで。
飢えた島民だ。敵ではない。
噂とは別人のようです。
全てが誠ではないぞ。じきに空が荒れる。罠は残りいくつだ？
あと一つ。でも少し遠くに。
Alright, Kage2, let's follow.
通ってばかりで失礼でしょうが、クロードと呼ばれるお気持ちは？
It's a group effort, it's my responsibility.
クロードとて人。仲間がおらねばとうに死んでおる。
謙遜なさらずとも。
これまで生き延びたのも足立家の僧侶や野党のおかげだ。皆の働きは語られぬが感謝しておる。先生が立つ前にそなたの家へ急ぐぞ。
最後の罠はもう少し先にあります。あれです。何か取れてるかも。ああ、よかった。獲物。
取れたのだな。
これで飢え死にせずに済みそうです。
Okay.
何を見ておる？
本土。猛虎も戦もない地。あそこなら生き直せる。
本土へ渡れたとしたら何をする？
京都で小さな宿を開きたい。琴でも習って雅な着物を着た人たちがとめどなく泊まりに来て、下男が金を巻き上げる。
京都が大騒ぎになるな。吹雪きそうだ。行こ
う。先生がお待ちでしょうからね。
I have to say, Lady Matsu, she does look very, very beautiful. Surely we make it through this snow alive, right, chat?
ひどく吹雪いてきました。どうか離れずに。
それならば俺の後ろに乗ってはどうだ？
今なんと？
気にするな。急げ。
I mean, that sounds a little bit romantic there, sharing one horse, huh? Heck, we could have just killed these deer to eat them for dinner. Iwai Village. Don't you worry, Kagetsu. I'll protect you from any arrows. Jogaku Prefecture. Oh, there's a person up ahead.
あれを、猛虎が家の近くに。
始末する。下がれ。
Bring it on, bozos. You wanna fight? I'll bring you a fight. beautiful.
皆が噂したがるはずですね。
家はどこだ？
この近く。さあ、
Can I get this guy before he runs away? He runs fast. Holy moly. Damn. Poor dude. He just got absolutely demolished by an arrow. Trapper's House. Interesting. Very
ここです。
interesting title.
お入りください。
Okay.
お優しい方だと思いましたが、先の戦いではまるで
島のためなら鬼にもなろ
私たちは辛い過去を背負い、心に闇を抱えています。そうでなければ生きられない。
う。先生も似たようなことをおっしゃったが、お前が言うと自然に聞こえるな。友え。
先生曰く、私は敵を見くびる癖があると。
俺を殺そうとしなかったな。なぜだ？
猛虎に裏切られたの。
技を盗まれた挙句に捨てられたか。
抗っては見たものの、旧兵をすべて倒すなど無理だった。
つまり助太刀がいるのだな。だが我らで十分。
どこが狙われるか知りたいでしょ。3人で奇襲を仕掛け撃ち滅ぼせば私の気も晴れる。
先生のお気持ちを聞かねば。
ジン、止まっていってよ。
いや、友え、すまんな。
You know, I think since the very first moment that we met that character, I kind of had a suspicion that it was Tomoe because, you know, no ordinary woman would be able to sneak behind our character, a samurai, without being noticed, right? So when we first encountered her where the Mongols, you know, had died, like that was a big flag, a big moment where it's like, oh, this, you know, woman, she's not someone who is like a regular farmer or a regular hunter, you know? So yeah, I had a sneaking suspicion. Alright, let's see here. Seems like we are meant to go back and chat with Ishikawa-sensei. I wonder if he's going to be very much against the idea of teaming up with her.
酒井、
お頼みを聞いてください。まだ生きてる。
Maybe later.
それで十分。
Where is...
逃げ出してやる。
誰かに連れ出してもらうつもり？
Where is Ishikawa-sensei? Is he inside?
この船に気づかれずに通り抜けるってこと。
それしか道はないだろ。
その後は唐国も高麗も支配されてる。ご存知ですか？
多くの者が雪深い上岳の山を登って刃に炎がまとう秘密の技を探してるそうです。
刃に炎か。それがあれば寒い地で役立ちそうだ。だがなぜ皆その秘密を知っておるのだ。
琵琶法師です。その話が心に響いたのか、大勢が山に挑んでいるとか。
俺も聞いてみたいものだな。
まだ麓にいるかもしれませんね。長居するとは思えませんが。
Okay. Interesting.
王子が何者かって噂聞いた？金国と高麗を下したやつら。
どんな鎧でも結構です。
I'm looking for Ishikawa sensei. Where the heck is he? There he is. What's up, dude? Let's chat.
酒井、守備はどうだ？
知らせがあります。北の上岳で巴と話しました。猛虎に裏切られたそうです。
目の前におってなぜ生かしておいたのだ？
旧兵が先陣を敷いております。巴は共に一掃したいと。
隙をついてわしらの首をはねるつもりかもしれん。
殺そうと思えばいつでも私を射抜けました。
あやつを信じて報われた試しなどないがな。
信じておりません。なれど我らも巴も助力を必要としています。
乗ってやるとするか。肩をつけてやる。
こんな対馬、娘に見せなくてよかった。
What to do, chat? Do we help Tomoe, or do we try to kill her? Charm of Fortune 2. Hidden Serpent. Half bow die. Very nice. Alright, let's see here. What is this right here? The Undying Flame. Nah. No need. We're chilling. Not yet. We don't need to begin a new tale. So do we not have... Interesting. Do we not have Ishikawa Sensei's 9th yeah, 9th tale? Let me see here. Laid to rest. Okay. So it's this one. Near the Umugi border. Oh, it's all the way down south here. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, okay. Fast travel. Alright, Kage. Kage number 2.
Yeah.
Is this person panning for gold or something? Maybe begging?
お侍様、佐賀の村で妙なことがあるようです。
猛虎か。
わかりません。村の人は追い詰められたような顔をしているのですが、気にするなというばかりで。
厄介事が起きておるようだな。調べてみよう。
Interesting, interesting. Alright, across the bridge we go. And we search for Ishikawa Sensei. Kazumasa's Isle. Somewhere over here, it seems? Maybe? Wait, there's a Mongol... Bring it on, baby. Beautiful. Where is this guy going? Is he like fleeing completely? Nicely done. Ow. These guys are kind of annoying because when you try to like do a combo against them, what ends up happening is they like in the middle of your combo, they will swing at you, right? And you have to kind of like interrupt your combo and stop them. Okay, so he's somewhere over here, chat. Maybe in this, like, area, yeah, with the burning buildings.
Sakai.
Let's chat.
巴から知らせが
あやつに会うぞ。次に狙われる場所も時も教えるそうだ。
本当のことを言うでしょうか。
すぐにわかる。よいか。一つの過ちも許されんぞ。
心得ております。
行こ
う。Laid to rest.
行き先は
麦谷の北。捨てられた鳥羽で待っておるらしい。
奇襲には格好の場所。
利はこちらにある。あやつは猛虎に裏切られ窮地におるでな。
窮鼠は猫を噛むと言います。
所詮ネズミはネズミだ。巴にできることは2つ。助けを求めるか裏切るか。あやつを知った今どう思う？
騎兵を一掃できるならば試す価値はある。
己の命を落とすな。
上学では無事でした。
あの場にわしがおれば結果は違ったぞ。
待ち伏せでなければ司祭を聞き猛虎の企てを止めるため手を組みます。処罰はその後に。
民を殺した報い受けてもらわねばな。
Yeah, that's fair enough. She does have to be punished in some manner. Aiding the Mongols is definitely not an offense that you can kind of just wave aside and ignore. Akashima. Okay. You know, sometimes, chat, I wish that during these moments where there's like, you know, no dialogue happening and we're kind of just riding along on our horses.
何か聞くおつもりですか？
巴と話すことなどありゃせん。
寝返ったわけはあの日からずっと普通なのでしょ
う。わしに背を向けたのだ。話してなどやるものか。
Yeah, so I wish that like during moments when we're just riding on our horses and you know, we're just traveling from point A to point B, I wish that like the game would automatically by default have our horses sprinting and we wouldn't be like just kind of casually trotting along, you know.
かがめ、敵が隠れておるやもしれん。あれが鳥羽。
敵はいません。
見えぬだけよ。止まれ。 右手にある岩、あそこに身を隠す。お主は
石川先生、ジン、私が殺すつもりならとうにやっておりますよ。
ああやつ。
こっちに来て。
Oh, I guess we don't have any choice.
私も共に。
抜かるなよ。
先生、ジン。
相も変わらずいい度胸だな。
教わるまでもなかったことです。
旧兵が攻めてくるそうだな。時と場所は
うむぎ谷、すでに向かってる。
なぜ教える？
ハーンへの仕返し。私が旧兵をいます。
加勢しなければ村は蹂躙されるということか。
信用できんな。
構いません。高みの見物でもします？しまった。もう米つけていたか。
巴待て。
よっしゃ。
たばかりおったな。
もう録しておいでのようですね。
まだ死ぬわけにはいかん。
Okay, I need to take care of these archers. God damn.
どうしよう。どうしよう。Zipsegay birgt mit Chadna.
Damn, okay, okay. That's not good. Yeah, we need to reset that. Yeah, that's not good at all. Okay.
巴待て。
どうしよう。どうしよう。どうしよう。どうしよう。
Hey, you're good.
たばかりおったな。
もう録しておいでのようですね。
どうしよう。Zipsegay birgt. Doうしよう。
Fuck you.
もう罠を張るでない。
罠など張っておりません。
巴は応戦しておりました。
芝居だ。油断させるためのな。
そんなに私に殺されたいのなら望み通り言ってあげましょうか。
やめよ。このままでは村が危ない。すぐに立たねば。
そうだな。だが巴、妙な動きをしたらその場で切り捨てるぞ。
二人とも早く。
麦谷を救ったとてお前の罪は消えんぞ。
技を教えたのは脅されたから。
ではなぜ中山砦で島の者を殺した？
拷問を受けてたから。私が人思いに殺してあげたら猛虎に気に入られた。生き延びたこと謝らないよ。
猛虎の番兵。
私がやる。
What's going on, Greasy? How's it poppin'? Welcome on in, Raiders. How are we doing today? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hell yeah. Greasy Raid. What's going on, T? How am I living? Not too shabby. Not too shabby, man. I hope you're doing well, Greasy. Hopefully your stream was fucking awesome. Hope you had a great time. Welcome on in, Maxwell. Appreciate you. Yeah, welcome on in, Raiders. Hopefully Greasy's stream was very, very entertaining, as it normally always is. For anyone out there who does not know who I am, my name is Capybara. You can call me Cappy if you want. I am very honored, very humbled to be an IRL friend of Greasy. I met him, my god, it's been a while. How long has it been? Like, maybe even up to a year at this point. It feels like it's been forever. But I met Greasy a while back, and, you know, we were both kind of, you know, up-and-coming streamers on Twitch. And, you know, we respect one another's content a lot, and we, you know, we just basically vibed whenever we got to say hello to one another. And so I'm very, very lucky to be an IRL friend of you know, Greasy's crew, right? So yeah, I'm Cappy, and I don't know how to describe myself. I guess, you know, for anyone out there who's wondering, like, what my channel is all about, I am primarily someone who is a very big enthusiast of Souls games. I'm a big Souls enjoyer. Souls games, Souls-like, you know, anything that has really, really good combat, I'm a big fan of. So yeah. All is fine and dandy? Hell yeah. We share the honor? Of course. Jesh Drew Main, the legend. There he is. Another fellow local streamer. Absolute legend. We've got Drew, we've got Greasy. We're in for a good time. Greasy, what were you up to in your stream today? Man is smooth with a technique. Excited for Elden Ring collab. Dude, the Elden Ring collab is going to be so fucking dope. I cannot wait for it, because yeah, like I think, like, ever since I, you know, appreciate the follow, Maxwell. Appreciate it, homie. You know, ever since I finished Elden Ring myself, you know, my own separate playthrough, I basically have not touched Elden Ring since then. You know, so it's gonna be good to join back, right? But yeah. Welcome on in, Squish. How's it going? Grizzy Raid. Sorry you have to raid and run. Don't worry about it, Squish. We all have stuff to do, right? We all have food to grab. We all have, drinks to drink. We all have sleep to get, because it is quite late. It is past midnight in our time zone. So I totally understand it, right? It's in the middle of the work week, and so I totally get it, right? But I appreciate you, Squish. Hope you have a great rest of the. I'm assuming it's nighttime for you. Have a great rest of the night. And yeah. See you next time. Enjoy the Ghost of Sushi. Indeed. I actually like that a lot. Yeah. I wish that, you know, that's actually not a bad idea. Playing Ghost of Tsushima while eating sushi. I think that's a novel idea. Absolutely. You live across the border. Okay. So maybe a little bit south of the US. I see. Or maybe a little bit south of Washington State. But I hope that you have a great rest of the night or day. North. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, so if you're like up in Canada, then you guys up north are doing a lot better than America's doing, and I wish I could join you. That would be dope. But yeah. That's awesome. That's really awesome. Hope you have a great rest of the day or night, Squish. And yeah. Take it chill. Have a good one. Um, yeah. Let's see. What messages did I miss here? I'm trying to see if I miss anything. Drew said Soba represent. Let's fucking go. Greasy said Last of Us Part 1. Fuck yeah. Greasy, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on Last of Us Part 1? I've heard, I've never played Last of Us myself. Neither Part 1 nor Part 2, but I've heard a lot of people love that game. I've heard that it is very well respected. How is it so far? Are you having a fun time? Do you think that it's your style of game, or is it something where you're like, man, when do I get a nice assault rifle or a nice sniper, and when do I get to absolutely blast these bozos in a battlefield, are you waiting for the FPS to kick in, and you're like, let's get some shooting going. I hope that Last of Us is a very fun time. Hope you're enjoying the story, enjoying the visuals, the music, all that stuff. So yeah. It's a true work of art. Definitely up your alley. Hell yeah. It's a little like Ghost with the third person sneaky sneaks. Okay. I respect that. I do like, stealth games. Stealth games are pretty dope. I will say that, there is a limit to stealth. I think that, you know, at some point you do end up getting a little bit antsy, and you get that feeling where you're like, man, I just want to mow down some bozos, right? I just want to, light it up, baby, and fire away. But having like some stealth parts here and there, that is a good element to have in a game. 100%. 100%. So yeah. Linear story though, so it has a cinematic feel to it. Yeah. That's I think something I really appreciate about games like Last of Us Part 1 or Ghost of Tsushima, is that, there's a very clear narrative. There's a plot that unfolds, and you get to see how it unfolds over the length of the game. And I really appreciate that, rather than, just kind of being like, the story doesn't matter. You just run around everywhere, do whatever the heck you want, right? I think having that cinematic experience is pretty damn cool. Pretty damn cool indeed. Um, so yeah, Greasy, appreciate the Raiders. Hope you guys are all doing fucking awesome, and hopefully you had a great time. If you guys enjoy Ghost of Tsushima, you will fit right on into my stream. But if you're not a Ghost of Tsushima person, totally understandable. I get it. And if anyone has to dip out, totally okay. I don't blame you, right? You do you. Live your lives. Enjoy the moments, right? But yeah. I appreciate anyone who does stick around. You're hooked for sure. Nice. Fuck yeah. That's always a good feeling where you discover a video game and you're like, holy shit, I'm gonna sink so many hours into this, right? Like that's such a satisfying feeling. Oh no, no, Greasy, listen. For anyone out there who does not know, Greasy is my idol. This man went to TwitchCon, and not only that, he had a panel of his own at TwitchCon. He's a celebrity. So when I grow up, I want to be a streamer just like Greasy. He's someone that I admire a lot, and I appreciate him a lot. So everyone go follow him. Everyone go support him. He's the best. He's the best in the business, and you know, I'm very 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 humbled to be acquainted with him for sure. Nah, nah, Greasy. I mean, I may be the one and only Cabby, but that's nothing in comparison to what you've accomplished. Yeah. Um, in any case, though, chat, I appreciate all of you out there, and I think I'm gonna go ahead and jump back into the game and continue the gameplay because I'm pretty sure no one came here to just see me sit around and yap and do nothing else. So I'll get back to playing the game. But yeah, man, appreciate you, Greasy. Uh, I actually do have a question, Greasy, if you are going to be sticking around a little bit. Um, I know that you are a big, supporter, a big enthusiast of anime. I'm curious to know if you have watched the Chainsaw Man anime, and if you have, are you going to watch or have you already seen the most recent movie that I believe is out in theaters right now? Um, because yeah, I know that Chainsaw Man is a very, very, very um, big popular series that a lot of anime fans are really into. So I'm curious to know if you had any thoughts, assuming that you've already seen it, right? Need to see the Reze arc? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I so I'm really conflicted, right, Greasy? Um, I'm gonna be very, very straightforward, very honest. So I watched the anime, right? I watched the season one of Chainsaw Man, and I thought that it was good. It was entertaining. It was very solid, very enjoyable. I didn't have any like major complaints about the story or anything. Um, However, what I will say, if I were to be just brutally honest, even though I enjoyed Chainsaw Man and I thought the action scenes were dope, I did not really feel connected to the anime. I did not really feel like it was something that was special to me, and I did not feel like it was like, one of my favorite shonen anime to exist out there. I just thought it was a very, objectively solid story, very objectively solid anime. So, you know, every time that I hear people, kind of they praise the anime. They talk um all these positive things about it, right? There are some people out there that they go a bit too far, right? Where people out there they're like, "Oh my God, Chainsaw Man, anime of the year, anime of the decade," right? And then I've also seen people online who they watch the movie, they watch the Reze arc in theaters, and they're like, "Oh my God, that movie was incredible, absolutely amazing," right? In fact, there is, there's a content creator that I follow, and he is, um, I think he's considered as like one of the OG anime YouTubers. Like way back in, 2010 or even earlier than 2010, he was making anime content on YouTube. And I would say that he's, from my perspective, he is, I think, the best anime YouTuber out there. He made a video recently where he said that, similar to me, he was not super like blown away by season one. He was, thinking that it was a solid season one, but he wasn't like completely just impressed out of his mind. And then he said that when he went to go and watch the movie in theaters, the Reze arc, he had a massive change of his mind. And he was like, I'm officially a Chainsaw Man fan, right? He was like, I 100% love this series. And you know, I watched his video that he put out where he said a lot of very positive things about the movie, and I was like, wow, that's interesting, very very fascinating. Um, you know, so I myself, I'm kind of conflicted because, you know, I do I do want to watch the movie. I do want to see it. Um, you know, I think that it is probably a very entertaining experience to go and watch the movie. But I'm gonna be honest, like in this day and age, movie tickets can be very expensive, and I do not really want to kind of like fork over the money, right? So what I'm thinking is just like I should kind of just wait until it is, you know, available through other means, right? Through like online websites, if you know what I mean, right? Sailing the high seas. Um, the interesting thing that I heard whenever, you know, whenever the particular YouTuber that I watch, when he talked about the movie, he said that it is something where if you are able to experience it in theaters, like especially in IMAX, you know, in like the premium quality on the big screen, you absolutely should. That's what he said. So it's like on the one hand, I want to see the movie and I want to see how good it is because I'm very curious. But on the other hand, I feel like even after I see the movie, I'm still gonna be like, okay, it was fun, it was very enjoyable, but Chainsaw Man is still not one of my favorite, you know, shonen anime out there. And I feel like if I have that, you know, kind of outcome after I watch the movie, then I'll very likely feel as if the money I spent on the movie ticket was a massive waste of money, and so that'll suck. But yeah. I hope that, you know, the people out there who do go and watch the Reze arc in theaters, I hope they have a fun time. I hope they really enjoy the movie. So, all right, let me see here. What messages did I miss in the chat? Um, you want to take your lady out to go and see the movie maybe this weekend? Nice. All right. It's mad funny and it has great action, good times, but yeah, you weren't blown away by it either. Yeah, so here's my thought process about it, Greasy. Like, okay, I I totally understand. Like, Chainsaw Man, right, as an anime, has incredible animation because the studio behind it is Mappa Studios and they are one of the best in the business, right? I get that. And I will admit that, you know, there are some really good comedic moments in the story. But I think one of the big things that kind of throws me off with the anime is that, you know, for anyone out there who's unfamiliar with Chainsaw Man, one of the, you know, kind of focus points of the story is this idea that the main character, you know, he's like I think he's what, like a 16-year-old teenage boy, right? And because he is a young adolescent man, he has like the typical, you know, teenage experience where in his teenage years he is absolutely driven by you know, his desire for romance, his desire for love, his desire for dating and a relationship and yeah, just basically finding the girl of his dreams, right? He, to put it very bluntly, as Greasy mentioned in the chat, your boy is, you know, he's horny, right? He has a lot of you know, chemicals running around in his brain, right? He's a horny boy. And, you know, that's kind of one of the focus points of the story where, you know, he is very emotionally driven, right? And it's like, I think that everyone in the entire world can relate to that. You know, when you're a teenager, You do dumb shit because you want to get a girlfriend or you want to get a boyfriend or you want to, date someone, you want to slide into the bed covers, right? You want to get in the sheets. I understand that. But I think like at least for me, I feel as if that type of focus in the story of Chainsaw Man, it's something that I think like I have just grown up and I have grown past that. So, when I watch the main character of Chainsaw Man be a typical teenage boy, I don't really look at that and consider that to be like, oh my god, that's absolutely incredible comedy, right? I don't look at that and be like, man, that's hilarious, right? I kind of look at that and I think to myself, wow, teenagers are really dumb creatures, you know? And so I think that is kind of like the big difference between me and between other anime fans is that, a lot of the time anime fans tend to be on the younger side. They tend to be, maybe like 20 years old, younger than 20 years old, right? And they tend to be able to relate to the protagonists a lot better. Whereas for me, I think that I prefer anime that has more adult, more mature storytelling. So yeah. I think that is kind of how I feel. But I think that your point still stands, Greasy. I think that, it is I would say objectively a pretty comedic, pretty action-packed anime regardless. But yeah. Different strokes for different folks. Yep, exactly. Demon Slayer was some of the best animation you've seen. Yeah. I think that, Demon Slayer in comparison to Chainsaw Man, I would pick Demon Slayer over Chainsaw Man easily, without a doubt. All right, let me see here. That's tight to hear the movie sparked a new level of fandom for him. Yeah, for sure. We should just go see it. I mean, Drew, if you're down to go and watch the movie in theaters, I will join you. That's the thing, like, even though I am skeptical about, for example, movies such as the Chainsaw Man one, right? I think that if I'm invited to go and see a movie with other people, I will do it, right? But if it's like going by myself to a theater to watch like an anime movie or anything for that matter, I definitely am a lot more conscious about the money that I'm spending and like whether it's worth it, right? But I think that going with like, one friend or with a group of friends, I think that makes the experience better and it makes the movie going journey worth it, right? The price worth it. So yeah. Pirate that shit. Yeah. Sail the high seas. He wants to knock boots? Yeah. What's going on, Six? Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Glad to see you again, buddy. Excited for us to catch up some more IRL? Hell yeah, Greasy. Absolutely. Got a knockout? Sounds good, brother. I will, I'll catch you later, dude. I apologize for keeping you up late, and hope you have a good rest, Greasy. Appreciate the raid, buddy. Yeah. Good night, Greasy. And Drew, I don't know if you're gonna be lurking around. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. It's perfectly fine if you have to dip out. But yeah, much love to Greasy, much love to you. You guys are all awesome, and I appreciate each and every one of you very much so. Enjoy the games and good times. I will. I absolutely will. All right, let's see here, chat. We have advertisements starting in like 3 minutes from now. Is there any good gameplay I can do in 3 minutes? Take a look. Let me see here. Oh shit. Okay. Hello there. Where are these archers at? Nice headshot. No, you don't. Ooh, not a headshot. How did I miss that? I have no idea. There we go. We got him, chat. We got him. This guy's what? Double swords?
Watch his back.
Bye-bye. Easy peasy. Alright. Gotta make sure I heal up.
浜への近道はわかるか？
Alright, should I don't know if I should begin this dialogue. I'll begin the dialogue. We have some time until the ads start,
我らの
chat.
姿を見られたら急兵に用心されます。
確かに街道は避けましょう。
腹を突っ切るぞ。
Cut through the field? Sounds like a plan.
どうや
Yeah,
っ
we
て
have
赤
about
島の
like
野
a
営を
minute or
お
so
前
until
の手
ads
下に
start.
襲われ後を追ったのだ。
手を出すなと命じたのに野営を増やすつもりでしたから。
手下に感謝せねばな。
串につく頃には旧兵は手に負えなくなり命令も無視された。
援軍だ。
数が多い。
行くぞ。
Oh, you bitch. Okay, I'm taking care of these bozos. Okay. Alright, Archer's taken care of. Okay. Sneaky bastard. There we go. Alright. Okay.
は何も生まんが生まんものか。
2, 3. Ooh.
まずまずの出来ね。
先生のような
Easy
口ぶり
peasy.
だ。
腹の奥にある林。あそこならば休めそうだ。
友え、櫛でお主が猛虎といた姿を見たという女がおったぞ。
生きたまま焼いた女だ。
私がいたのではありません。
だがお前が鍛えた騎兵だ。
私はいつもいたずらに人を殺すなと命じてた。
Alright, chat. Looks like we have ads going on. 3 minutes. Just started. Time to do some exercise. Oh, stretch a little bit. There we go. Here we go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hell yeah. Alright. Very nice, chat. 5 and 5. Just like we always do. Okay. Ugh. Gotta fix my good old shrimp gamer posture, you know? Sitting in the chair this entire time. It, definitely is not very healthy. But if you move the body around, get the blood flowing through everywhere, then you're good to go. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna eat a little bit more of the salad that I have here. I gotta finish it off before I go to bed tonight. So let me chomp some down. I think the one ingredient in that salad that I'm not the biggest fan of is there's some radishes in there. not really the biggest fan of like, you know, adding radish to any salad or any meal for that matter. But I think there's worse vegetables out there in general. Yeah, honestly, it feels really, really good to be able to take the ad breaks and stretch and kind of relax a little bit, step away from the game. But you know, overall, it is another good excuse for me to try being healthy and exercise a little bit. You know, get myself motivated to get off my butt and actually do something about my physical health. Six said, "You don't eat veggies, so all veggies are nasty." I will say there are two vegetables that I legitimately love that I think are actually really good, and you know I would eat them with any meal any day. Um, the first one, without a doubt, is potatoes. I love potatoes. You know, whether it's like mashed potatoes, whether it's fried potatoes, whether it's grilled, whether it's steamed, right? Potatoes are fucking incredible. I love the versatility that potatoes offer. And then, other than potatoes, the only other vegetables that I legitimately think is incredibly delicious is bok choy. I love bok choy, and I think it's probably the best like green vegetable. You know, like a plant, right? That you can you kind of eat. Yeah, it's one of the I think it's probably the best, you know, green vegetable out there. Potatoes don't count. Potatoes are a vegetable. What do you mean they don't count, Six? You can't just be like, nah, they aren't technically a vegetable. You can't say that. No. Mostly don't eat the greens. Yeah, I would say that like, hmm. Yeah, I think bok choy is like probably the only green that I actually like. Um, all the other like types of vegetables, such as for example, bell peppers. I hate bell peppers. What else is there? Um, Celery. Don't really like celery at all. Um, one that I really dislike is zucchini. I am not a fan of zucchini. Um, what else is there? Oh, there's one that I legitimately think this might be one of the worst vegetables to ever exist in the world. Um, there's a vegetable, and I don't know if it goes by different names depending on the region that you live in, but here, you know, in the US, my father will typically buy it in a grocery store if he sees it for a good price. It's called bitter melon, and it is one of the most vile, disgusting vegetables I've ever tried in my life. I hate it with a passion, absolutely, without a doubt. Um, yeah, you kind of tolerate veggies if they were sprinkled or decorations on pizzas or something, but if they're in dishes, you won't eat them. That's fair. That's very fair. I would say I generally like depending on the vegetable, I feel the same way. Um, what's really funny, so you know, all of the vegetables that I named, you know, all the ones that I mentioned just now, um, you know, one of the reasons why I dislike them, it's like, a lot of the time people say, "Oh yeah, I'm not a fan of the flavor of a particular food, whether it's a vegetable or a meat or a fruit or whatever, right?" Some people they just say, "I don't like the flavor," you know? And that's the reason for staying away from it. For me, these vegetables, like it's legitimately the case where I if I am given the vegetable and I'm told to eat it, what will happen is like, let's say that I take a spoonful of it or I take, a piece of the vegetable and I put it in my mouth, I will basically just automatically spit it out. Like my body has a natural just gut reaction where it does not tolerate the vegetables and it will like my body will literally gag and I'll spit the food out because I do not like the flavor, the texture, anything about the vegetable. I remember, when I was younger, my parents, right, especially my father, being a very typical Asian father, right, he tried to make me eat everything, right, that he would cook. And there were times where he would try to make me eat certain foods and I put it in my mouth and it came right back out. I could not swallow it. And he didn't understand, why I could not eat it. Um yeah, even I think to this day, right? My father kind of looks at me and he considers me to be a very picky eater. And I think my mom does see me that way as well, but my mom is much more lenient about it. She doesn't really care as much as my father does. Um, but yeah, some vegetables are absolutely a no-go. Some of them I actually do like. I will say, fun fact for people out there who did not know this, um, for a good chunk of my life, a good majority of my life, I was never a big fan of mushrooms. I thought that, mushrooms were disgusting. They tasted horrible, right? I have since changed my opinion on mushrooms. I think that basically it depends on how you cook the mushrooms. I think that if you are able to basically fry the mushrooms or saute them, right? They taste very, very good. And I think that mushrooms are quite delicious. But if you are, the type of person to, cook soup, for example, and you cook the mushrooms by boiling it in water or, adding it to a soup after you have, created the rest of the ingredients and whatnot, I'm like, I'll eat the mushrooms still. The mushroom's not horrifying, but I think that, cooking vegetables by, making them into a soup or by boiling water, it is one of the worst ways to prepare vegetables. I am not a fan of boiled vegetables or soup vegetables. I very much prefer my vegetables to be like fried or sautéed instead. I think that that is the superior method of cooking them. So yeah. But anyways, let's continue with the gameplay. Ads are over and we can actually do some stuff. So we need to go, is it this way? Yeah, it's this way. Alright. Okay. I don't know if I need to take Kage number 2 or not. Seems like it's not too far away from here. Scarlet Rock Shrine.
こっちへかがんで。
猛虎は多勢であるな。
私を追っている。負けてなかった。
さようなことは早う言え。
それはご無礼を。
夜まで待ちましょう。闇に乗じ活路を見出す。
村が襲われぬか。
いえ、まず旧兵を置き、村の出入りを固める。殺しはそれから。
少し休め。俺が見張ろう。
Okay, alright.
日が沈んだ。行くぞ。
巴、先に行け。我らが続く。
後ろから刺すつもりでしょ。
敵がお前に気づいたら我らが身を隠し切る。いざ
離れないで。
巴から目を離すでないぞ。
先生、聞こえてますよ。
知るか。
Don't let the Mongols
ジン
see you.
一人お願い。私はもう一人を。
Beautiful.
まだ来よるか。身を隠せ。
Okay, let's follow.
Je gaat homo dik bosnik met de groeien.
Dagoro, not there. Bosodden, ende sonor serem steba.
勇むなよ、酒井。
先生、よく狙って。一夜一冊。先生、高落としの技で二人仕留めましたね。
見てたか。お前は構えを変えたな。
右腕を下げたことで矢を放つときに。
ほう、よう考えたの。
So far, we're doing good, chat.
これはどうにもできないね。
ここで戦えば旧兵に気づかれる。村に着く前に襲われるぞ。
それは避けねば。酒井、どう見る？
私が先陣を、後ろは任せます。
Find a way through the bog. Nicely done. Beautiful. Oh shit. Okay. Alright, seems like we made it safely.
私の旧兵。
奴らは攻撃されたと分かれば村に戻る。牢城に持ち込まれてしまう。
民が犠牲になるぞ。
荷車に樽がある。後ろに回り込めば火や一本で片付く。
いればこちらの居所が知れる。林から狙えるか。
遠すぎるね。近寄ってみる。犯した罪を償わせてほしい。
よし。
Okay.
信じるか？
信じるのは巴の復讐心。なかなか足取りがつかめぬわけだ。教えの賜物ですね。
まあな、備えろ。今だ！
動くな！どうしよう！
Okay. Nicely done. Bye bye. Bye bye. Beautiful.
今ので最後だな。
Absolutely beautiful. Alright, where are you, Ishikawa? Where'd you go?
まずまずの出来だ。
巴はどこです？
知らん。怪我でもしたか？
巴！
Oh shit. Surely she didn't betray us, right, chat? Surely.
戦のしまいにはあの道のそばにおったが。
村へと続く道です。
まさか退却した猛虎を追ったか？
そうかもしれません。
旧兵を殺したところで巴の罪は消えん。
復讐は果たしました。
狙いはそれだけか？
最後まで戦ったのは邪魔な敵を一掃するためでしょう。
それは分かった。ではお麦谷には何がある？
村には野党とならず者しかおりません。そうか、仲立ちだ。
島から出るため船が欲しいのだ。
Seems like she's trying to escape.
そこもと。
どうされました？
女が通らなかったか？
一人浜の方へ行きましたが。
急ぐぞ。
許してはおけん。
巴め、たばかりを。撃ったか。
ですが、うむぎ谷を救いました。
あやつは追われておった。わしらは本土へ渡る道を開いてやったわけだ。
常に先を越されますね。
だがまだあやつを止められるぞ。
何かあったのか？
別にどうした？
何かがいつもと違う気がする。
I wonder if they're gonna let her escape.
Sensei.
Oh, what's this?
石川先生とは強く憎み合いましたが、ブッダの教え通り最大の敵は最高の師匠なのでしょ
う。稽古の日々感謝してます。そして最後に手を取り合って戦ったことも、あなたの弟子であり娘である道もありました。しかし我が弓は対馬に置いていきます。今の私は放たれた矢。行き着く先は分かりません。あとは吹く風に任せます。
終わったな。
京都につけるかもしれません。あ
あ、巴ならつけるであろうな。
戦は終わっておりません。島を取り戻さねば。
わしからお主に教えられることは あと一つだ。約束しろ。わしと同じ鉄を踏むなよ。
肝に銘じておきましょう。
There we go. Laid to rest. I'm not really sure, chat, if I like that ending. You know, it's not necessarily a bad ending at all. Shattered Mask of Tomoe. Worn by a legendary archer, once an enemy, but no longer. Midnight Shark Half Bowdie. Interesting.
あまり干渉にふけるでない。
Alright. Very nice, chat. Yeah, like, I don't think that ending to Ishikawa's tale is a bad ending, per se. I think it's, like, very, I guess, wholesome that they allowed her to escape to the mainland. But I will say that, you know, it is kind of crazy that Tomoe did not get punished harshly, you know, for her crimes, you know, of betraying the Japanese and siding with the Mongols during a temporary period of her time, right? So yeah, that's very, very interesting that they chose to go that route instead. Let's see here. Okay, we do have a gift available, so we can go to a gift altar. Let's see, if I fast travel here, maybe I can find the altar quickly and grab it.
ノリオだ。だが他の僧がおらぬな。
皆は怪我人の手当てを。私は方針らを探して連れ戻してきます。もうことで我らの助けを止められはしません。酒井様。
ノリオ、他の僧はどこだ。
よくこらえたね。最後に桜が見たい。一目だけでいいから。
Where is the gift altar at? There's the bowery. And it's not behind us. Has to be a different direction. Not over there. Surely it's not like all the way up here, right, chat? Oh, it is. Wow. It's like way behind here. Okay. Okay. Very, very nice. Let's see here. What do we want to do now, chat? We are very close to a technique point, so I think it might be worth doing something kind of like a side mission to gain a little bit of an increase to our legend. Hidden in snow might not be a bad idea. Let's see, chat. What do we want to do? Yagata Farmstead. Okay, we could, you know, take care of one of these farmsteads. That might not be a bad idea. 1, 2, 3, 4. We also have Azamo Bay, which we never cleared, so that's a potential place. Okay. What is the closest teleport point here, maybe? Yeah, that might be a good idea. We've also never been to Komoda town, which is quite interesting. Alright, let's fast travel here, chat. We'll pay a visit to the farmstead. Let me mark it on the map here. Onwards we ride. Hashine Forest. Very interesting. Yeah, you know what I'm thinking, chat? So, this is something that I'm not yet decided on, and I might change my mind. I might go with something different. You know, essentially, I'm kind of thinking to myself that, if we take a look at the map here, right? There's a bunch of these small, minor little side quests here, right? Um, I feel like there could easily be 10 of these side quests, or even more than 10, right? Um, I feel like this game has these side quests peppered all throughout the map. And, you know, obviously, if you want to, you can spend time completing them. Um, the main thing that I'm kind of thinking about, right, is, you know, obviously, I love this game. I think that this game is incredible, and I'm more than happy to, you know, go throughout the entire game, right? Play through the full thing, experience the ending of it, and complete as much of the gameplay as possible. But I also think that, you know, at some point there will come a time where I play enough of this game that I'm like, okay, cool, we can move on. You know, we can go to the next game that I want to experience that you know, maybe I've never played before. Um so yeah, I unfortunately cannot become a streamer that only plays Ghost of Tsushima. You know, as much as the idea sounds nice. So what I'm thinking is that we obviously are going to focus on the main quest, the main story of this game, and we're going to finish that. And then the different tales, right? Like here, for example, we have the tale of Yuriko, right? All of these different character tales, we can do them. We can stream them, right? And we can complete every single one of them on stream. However, I think that for these side missions, what I will probably do is I will wait until we have completed all of the, like, important, significant, essential quests and content, and I will do these, like, side missions kind of on my own time, right? Just maybe playing the game offline, enjoying, you know, the side missions at their own pace, and yeah, kind of just chilling and playing the game in my spare time whenever I feel motivated, when I feel energized to boot up the game, right? And that way, you know, I I can continue to enjoy this game even after we finish the main story of it, right? Um, and you know, it'll give me something to do where, you know, let's say it's a day that I don't go live and I stream. Um, if I want to enjoy a nice, you know, casual game offline in my spare time, I have something that I get to enjoy, right? So that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that all these, you know, kind of unmarked side quests, the ones that just, you know, have a white diamond symbol, I will play those, you know, in my own time offline, and I don't necessarily have to stream it. Um, and yeah, we can use the opportunity, once we do eventually finish this game, we can use the opportunity to move on to the next adventure, for our channel, right? um but yeah, who knows, I might change my mind. I might, you know, stream every single minute, every single second of Ghost of Tsushima, for everyone to see. But as of right now, that's my current thought process. All right, so where are all these enemies at? I don't see any red markers. God damn it. How did they notice me? Ugh, that's not good. I can't believe I missed. Why is the game starting me off there? Can you... Why am I stuck here? What? Why can't I jump over that fucking tiny fence? Why is my character so fucking incompetent? Alright, hold on. Nah, we cannot fast travel during combat. That's so fucking lame.
Beach bus!
Yeah, chat, I don't know. Basically, like, I don't know why the game... I don't know why the game is, like, setting me up in that position where, you know, I'm immediately spotted by enemies. Like, that's so fucking trash that they do that. There we go. I'm gonna fast travel. That's so dog shit that they do that. I do not like that, not a single bit. Alright, Kage number 2, let's go. Fuck you. Seems like I can't destroy this thing. Okay. Maybe it's already destroyed? I have no idea. Alright, I think I need to go this way if I'm not mistaken. Beautiful.
Get there.
待たせてしまったな。
あなたがいなければどうなってたことか。
道中気をつけよ。
これをお受け取りください。
Okay, very pog. I'll gladly take that. What's up, horsey?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful.
Бухим зүгээр болно. Чи харгу? А? Атчихлаа. Тэр энэ have been. Ой, өнөөхийг чарнаа. Яскай. Томтоллоо чамайг. Нэг юм уу?
There we go.
動くな。
助かりました。
行け。達者でな。
Okay, where are the rest of these hostages at? I know that one of the areas had an annoying dog.
Ready? Beach bus.
You piece of dog shit. Fuck you, man. That one dog, literally that one dog, fucking ruined everything. Oh god. Okay. Where's that dog at? There we go. This is weird.
Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Тэд энэс мултар чадахгүй. Ямар нэг юм харав уу? Буцъя. Ямар тааш бэлэн байгаарай. Ахиад учруул өгтөл болгоно.
Surely wherever the hell the dumb dog is, it'll come out now, right, chat? There it is. Piece of shit dog.
Han! Ногдээ! Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Han! Явц тустай.
ダメです。まだ動けません。
Тэнд байна. Явц тустай.
ダメです。ダメです。まだ動けません。
Too easy.
どうかお助けください。
待たせてしまったな。
You'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
使い様、ありがとうございます。
安全なところへ。抜かるでないぞ。
クロード様を信じるけど、毒まで使うなんて。
おい、ファルボ、休んべ、ザ敵。Perdiu, aşağıya. Belono.
Yarç tosle, tüme. Samuray kurşa. Başo, daşo. Daşo, daşo. Başo! Daşo! Daşo!
There we go, chat.
動くな。
あなた様が御作様に見えました。どうぞこの鍵を。御作様もお喜びくださいます。
Okay. Key of Yagata, one of the 6 keys said to lead to Gosaku's armor, gifted by the farmers of Yagata Farmstead. Hell yeah. Very nicely done, chat. Seems like everything's back to normal. We've liberated the people, baby. Hell yeah. I always love seeing the, you know, scenery after you liberate all of these different locations. It's very, very beautiful. Alright. Very pog. Very nice. We do have 3 other locations that we can liberate, so that might not be a bad idea to do. And then after that, we can, you know, continue on with the main quest line. Because I'm pretty sure that, like, you know, liberating these 3 different locations, it'll give us the keys that we need for the Gosaku armor, and it might be something that's quite beneficial for us, you know, having this armor available. All right, let's fast travel. Yeah, I think the good thing about, you know, these farmsteads, these areas, is that you know, the enemies that are located there are not really the most dangerous, right? Like, rather than Mongol warriors, for example, I think a lot of these farmsteads are taken over by, like, bandits. So it's easier to manage, easier to deal with. And that way I don't have to spend, like, 7,000 hours primarily on stealth, right?
Neku somtalta, somnasun bodromjun. Hiningu harwo, otto oksenan samara. samurai chin nom som taben. Hiç harafol. Olot anlatirnik. Som shungena shig bolson yum alagda. Yüz beş bayce.
Samurai, чи тэнд байна уу? Би тэрнийг айлгацлаа. Тэд харваач бай.
Барчлаа.
Яг арчиж
Зевсгээ бэрг.
энэ хаваас харваад байсан. Бид банк бэлэн гэж мэд.
Торгочин явна.
Яда.
Биш байсан. Өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Очиж барь. Тийм ээ. Алцчихлаа.
どうして私が。
逃がしてやる。
Okay, there we go, chat.
おかげで助かりました。
もう安全だ。
家を燃やされた。もう何も残っちゃいないよ。
Okay, we have ads starting in about, seems like 4 minutes from now, chat. 4 minutes.
Harvo. Zogel atas nas balsenen der.
Nicely done, chat. That's 3 headshots we've gotten. Very, very clean stuff.
Negium harsinta.
Very, very close. Almost got caught there. There's 2 dogs. Oh boy. This is rough.
Throbbing cock, do I have to suck?
What's going on, Mind Warped? Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying Ghost of Tsushima. Playing this right now, fire game, it is indeed. 100%. It is a absolutely banger game. Yeah, I really, really am enjoying the journey. 100%. Yo, 100 biddies. I appreciate that a lot, Mind. Hope you're doing well out there. Much appreciated, dude. Yeah, these dogs are definitely a massive nuisance. I don't like them at all. Dudette. Ah, I see, I see. We've got An amazingly capital G gamer. I see this dude right here. I do want to take him out, but I gotta be very cautious with these dogs. These dogs are absolutely problematic. Not the Ziox jump scare. You were working in the background and got jump scare. Yeah. I mean, Six, you've known that I've had that alert for a while, right? I hope so. But yeah, that alert is probably the best thing that I've ever gotten from, you know, watching Ziox's content. Oh, I have no more arrows. Oh shit. Oh, that's not a good thing. Still jump scared you? I love that follow alert. I don't think I'll ever change it. It's so good. I'm trying to see if there's like any arrows around here. There might not be, and if there's not, what I could do is I could, let me see. I have a fire arrow. Maybe I can swap to the poison dart and use that instead. That might be effective on the dogs. But yeah, Six. I don't know how busy you are. I don't know if you're, you know, too focused on the work that you're doing. If you are, you can feel free to ignore this question. But I'm curious to know, like, what games do you currently focus on? Because I know that you're a gacha gamer, right? And I'm pretty sure from what I saw in T-Soul's Discord, you play Honkai, I believe, Honkai Star Rail, and maybe Genshin as well, unless you potentially quit that game. Yeah, but I'm not sure if you are still gaming with oh shit, looks like there's ads going on, chat. We're gonna pause the game here. We're gonna pause the game. But yeah, you know, Six being a gacha gamer is something I have been aware of, you know, since I am a part of T-Soul server. But it's kind of hard to keep track. Like nowadays, I feel like there's so many different gacha games out there, right? And it's hard to keep track of like what gacha games that people keep up with, because I feel like it's very easy nowadays for people to, you know, kind of quit playing a gacha game and then pick up a completely different one, you know, and enjoy something that is a totally different experience, or that is just new and fresh and interesting, you know. Let's see. Genshin, Honkai, currently Duet, Night Abyss. Ooh, how is DNA? How is that game? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Currently Tsushima and Red Dead Redemption 2. Ooh, nice, nice, nice. DNA is buggy as hell. That's so sad. I mean, it is kind of like the typical, you know, typical experience of a brand new game out there is, you know, it releases, it's always buggy, and then the devs are like, "Oh, don't worry, we're patching it, we're working on it." It's never a finished product, is it? Man casually exercising? Yeah, so Mind, I really hope that you have, you know, Twitch Turbo, or that you have, you know, a good ad blocker, right? Ad blockers are something I highly recommend to anyone and everyone out there, right? If you have the ability to use an ad blocker, do it. Ads suck. So what I have started doing with my channel is, you know, before I would have advertisements play every half hour, and it would be 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads. I feel like, at least for me, I don't really know about the, you know, I don't know about the, what's it called? The viewer experience, right? I can only imagine the viewer experience. But I think that playing ads every 30 minutes is a little tiny bit troublesome, you know? I feel like I feel like, basically when you are a viewer of a stream, you want to be able to enjoy as much of the stream as possible with as infrequent interruptions as possible, right? And so, before, when I had ads every half hour, it would be 1 minute 30 seconds of ads every half hour. And I thought to myself, I was like, maybe it's a little bit too frequent. Maybe the viewer experience is not very positive. Let me try something different. So what I decided to do is I decided to change my channel settings to where now it's every hour, and instead of 1.5 minutes, it's 3 minutes. And in order to kind of hopefully make the experience not as bad for viewers, what I try my very best to do is I try to have a rule where every single time that there's an ad break, I pause the game, I stop whatever it is that I'm doing, I don't play, and I, focus on taking care of myself. I'll drink water, I'll do exercises, I will, stretch. I'll take a moment to pause the game and just unwind a little bit. And that way, viewers out there who do get hit by the 3 minutes of ads, they have the chance to walk away from the stream and do their own thing. They can go and grab food, grab a drink. They can, if they want to, they can lurk from the stream. They can disappear and work on something. And they're not missing anything important. They're not missing out on any cool Ghost of Tsushima gameplay or anything because I paused the game. So that's kind of what I'm trying out. I'm seeing if that idea, if that strategy works out better than playing ads every half hour, because I feel like every half hour it can feel a little bit a little bit like too often, and viewers out there might not be too pleased. But yeah. Let's see. You had to reinstall DNA twice to get it working. Holy moly. No, hard pass, hard pass. Ad blockers will decrease viewership. Yeah, like that's the thing, mind. This is something that obviously you as a new viewer, you will not know this about me. I'm someone that, I've been streaming for a while. I think I've been streaming for at least 2 full years at this point, maybe even longer than that. And, I've spent a lot of time as a small streamer and also as a viewer of other people's streams. Um, my my sort of philosophy, my perspective on Twitch is that I am not trying to, turn this into some kind of like a full-time job. I'm not trying to become the next XQC, the next Kai Cenat, the next massive Twitch streamer that everyone goes and watches, right? If it happens, then that's awesome. That's incredible, and I would be very humbled, very grateful. But I realize that trying to make Twitch work as, a single source of income as a job in life is not reliable. It's not a good thing. And so the reason that I stream, the reason that I create content is because I want to. It's because I like creating content. It's not because I'm trying to, grow big. I'm not trying to become famous. I'm not trying to be a celebrity. And so, the thing about, for example, monetization on Twitch, I earn pennies off of this platform. I basically get nothing. Therefore, the whole monetary aspect of trying to get more viewers, trying to get more subscribers and whatever, like, it's cool. It's awesome, and I'm very grateful for everyone who helps me out, but it is not my highest priority. My highest priority is creating really, really entertaining, awesome streams that people will love and enjoy, and they'll be able to come in, have a nice, comfortable, safe space to chat about anything and everything that they like, you know? Um, it's a thing where I just like to connect with other people. That's it. I just want to, create a nice community of individuals that I can interact with. So I've never been really focused that much on earning money or trying to boost my viewership or anything. It's like if it happens, it happens. That's I let life flow the way that it wants to, and I just ride the flow. But yeah, like to me, this idea of like, oh well, ad blockers, they decrease viewership, they affect monetary, profit, right? To me, I would very much rather that my monetary profit and my viewership suffers so that people out there are able to watch my streams without interruptions, without advertisements, because that to me is so much more valuable for a viewer experience. So this is why I talk about ad blockers. This is why I use ad blockers myself when I watch other people, is because yeah, at the end of the day, I'm there to enjoy other people's content. Some people out there are there to enjoy my content. Some. But yeah. Yeah, I do appreciate the thoughtfulness, the perspective of looking at things from a different angle and considering the costs versus the benefits, right? It's very, very good stuff to discuss, for sure. Let's see, Six, you said you like the idea of all free characters and weapons in Duet Night Abyss, but farming for them is definitely a chore. Yeah, yeah. After playing Genshin, for 4 or 5 years, I feel like, building characters in a game, it's exhausting. It's not a fun experience. I definitely one of the least favorite things about the Genshin experience to me, for sure. So I can see how that would translate over to DNA as well. Someone who has an ad blocker doesn't get counted as a viewer. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, that doesn't surprise me. I wish that it were different. I wish that Twitch were nice about it, but I mean, Twitch as a company, right? They always are trying to put their profits first. They're trying to make money, trying to be successful. So, you can't really expect Twitch to be nice to all the viewers, right? That's a very cool strat, by the way. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I kind of just thought about that idea because I'm typically someone that does not, you know, to put it very bluntly, I'm someone who's very, very extremely lazy. And so, I don't really go out there and, visit gyms and exercise and do proper workouts and stuff like that. I kind of just stay home, stay in my room, be an introvert. And I realized, I've known this for a long time in my life. I've realized that, like, if I want to get healthier, I need to actually be proactive about it. I need to do something, right? So it's like, okay, well, if I'm streaming, might as well take some time out of my stream to benefit myself, take care of my health, and use the ad breaks for something useful rather than just like sitting through the ads and not really changing anything, right? So on the one hand, the viewers don't miss any like crucially important gameplay, and then on the other hand, I work out and I exercise and I, hopefully don't end up like becoming a tiny little scarecrow of a human being with no meat on my bones, right? So yeah. Streaming as main income, especially as a small streamer, is crazy. You believe that you should start streaming as a hobby first with a stable income, then maybe go full time? Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, right, Six? Like you hit the nail right on the head. The fascinating thing about you know, basically the funny thing about being like a full-time streamer, right? Is I've seen so many people. It's very interesting. Like I've seen both cases where on the one hand, right, you have you have people that like, you know, they grow their community, they grow their channel, and they become successful, and they're like, cool, I've achieved success, and they weigh their options, and they're like, you know what, I want to pursue being a full-time streamer, right? After they do streaming as sort of like a hobby, for, you know, a short while, or maybe even for a long while. And I've seen cases where they succeed. They're able to be a full-time streamer. They're able to make some good income from Twitch, and they're happy, right? And they're doing well. And then I've also seen other interesting cases where, in my personal opinion, right, I've seen cases where streamers will get like a tiny little taste of success, and then they'll be like, okay, I'm going to grasp this opportunity to like dive straight into full-time streaming. And, you know, to me, now obviously I don't know the specific details about each of these streamers' finances. You know, I don't know exactly how much money that they make, how much money that they spend, right? What kind of profits are they bringing in? I don't know. But like I can only imagine that some of these streamers, they taste a little bit of success, and then they're like, okay, I want to dive straight into full-time streaming. I feel like some of them are very much at risk of being burned by that decision and not really succeeding. Um, you know, I'll give a very quick example. So I'm not gonna name the streamer. I'm not gonna, you know, call them out and mention exactly who it is, because one, I don't think that a ton of people out there know this person, and two, you know, I don't want people out there to get any sort of like negative impression about this person, because they're not a bad person at all, right? But essentially, there is a particular streamer, and they, you know, primarily they are known for playing a lot of you know, a lot of like Souls games, Dark Souls stuff, Souls-like games as well, right? And they like to do a lot of like challenge content with these Souls games. Um, I remember, you know, I don't personally watch this streamer. I don't follow them. I don't watch their streams, but I know about them because they are someone who is reputable within the Souls community. Um, this person, I believe what happened is they ended up earning Twitch Partner at some point. And you know, they got to the point, I believe, where they were getting roughly about, I want to say, each stream on average, they would probably get maybe anywhere between like 100 and 200, or maybe even like at most 300 viewers per stream, right? That's pretty good, you know, viewership. That's not really anything to laugh at. You know, that's not something to criticize that much. I think that that's a pretty impressive amount of people stopping by, watching your content, and enjoying your content. But, you know, not long after they began this journey of being a Twitch partner and, you know, getting 100 viewers, or a little bit more than that per stream on average, they were like, okay, I'm going to, you know, quit my full-time job, and I'm going to pursue, you know, being a streamer full-time. And, you know, I have not kept up to date with how this streamer is doing. Like, I don't know if they're still being a full-time streamer, and still, you know, having Twitch be their main piece of income, right? Um, I assume, I'm gonna assume the best for them, and I'm gonna assume that they're still, you know, a successful full-time streamer. But, you know, to me, that decision that they made was so dangerous and risky, um, because, you know, they I feel like their decision was very, 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 what's the word? very like, I don't know, very abrupt. It was very, very sudden, you know? And yeah, the thing is that like most of the time, and the reason why it kind of makes me nervous to see that type of situation is because most of the time when I look at a lot of the big streamers, the successful ones, those streamers typically have at least bare minimum 1,000 viewers per stream or more average, right? And the way that those big streamers continue to succeed and continue to, earn good money, not only do they stream and they get the, viewership, they get the ad revenue and everything, on top of that, they do sponsorships where they sign deals, they sign contracts with companies to be like, hey, I will play this game, I will promote this thing for you, and you can pay me for it, right? And that's how these streamers end up getting richer and richer and becoming more and more successful. I think that you absolutely can be someone who succeeds very well with 200 viewers per stream, or maybe 300 at max. But when you compare 300 to like 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000 viewers average per stream, that's a staggering difference. And I feel like the decision this particular streamer made to go like immediately, right? Once they hit partner, once they got like 100 or 200 viewers average per stream, they were like, cool, I'm gonna quit my full-time job and just go all in on Twitch. That's a ballsy move. I hope that they succeed. I hope that they, continue to be able to do what they love. But if they end up getting burned by it, if they end up not being able to, sustain themselves and maybe even sustain, their family, right? Maybe they're taking care of their parents, or maybe they have their own family where it's like they have a wife and they have a kid or something like that, if they're not able to sustain that lifestyle by only being a Twitch streamer, it would not shock me. It would not surprise me one bit. I think that you would have to be performing at your very, very best every single day, and you would also have to be getting some really, 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 impressive sponsorships to be able to, continue that Twitch full-time streamer grind. Um, to me, like I would say if I were given the opportunity to be a full-time Twitch streamer, if I had the viewership to be able to decide my future, my fate when it comes to Twitch streaming, personally speaking, I would say that, I am not going to quit a full-time job that has a stable income in order to be a Twitch streamer unless I have, on average, a minimum of 1,000 viewers per stream, right? I think that anything lower than 1,000 is a really big gamble. It's risky. It's very dangerous. And the reason why, I kind of think about this is because there is a streamer who is, he's a full-time Twitch streamer. His name is The Happy Hob, and he's a very, very well-known, very popular, Souls streamer, challenge runner. He talks about kind of like the sort of financial, the sort of monetary stuff about Twitch, right? Where he talks about how, when he plays certain games that his audience is not really familiar with, that they don't know and love, his viewership drops, right? And when his viewership drops, he does not get as many sponsorship opportunities. And obviously, viewership does, whether it's small or whether it's a big amount, it does affect his income, right? So he knows the ins and outs of being a full-time streamer, And I'm pretty sure that he's talked about this exact topic on his channel, where he said that, you know, any streamer out there who very quickly makes that decision to quit their full-time, you know, corporate job or whatever to pursue being a Twitch streamer, they have to put a lot of thought into it. Otherwise, it's a major risk, and it's a tricky situation. And I'm pretty sure that Hob does not recommend smaller streamers to, you know, gamble their livelihoods and to try and chase after fame and being a celebrity, right? So yeah, it's a very fascinating topic to think about, to discuss, for sure. Yeah. People seem to think 300 live viewers are small for streaming, but in perspective, you would be nervous as hell if 300 people were watching you IRL. Yeah, that's very fair. That's very fair, Six. You know, 300 people, that's an impressive amount, right? You know, if you imagine like an auditorium, right? A place where people go and watch a stage play, for example. If you imagine 300 people in there, that's nerve-wracking for sure. And I think that not everyone in the world has the, you know, capability to be able to like stand on the stage and not get stage fright and not get nervous and you know, be able to entertain an audience. It's very tough for sure. And it's not something that should be taken lightly. But you know, there are some good people out there who are able to put on a good show for 300 viewers. There's people out there who are able to put on a great show for 1,000 viewers. And you know, on the opposite side of the spectrum, there are people out there who put on a great show for, you know, 20 viewers, 50 viewers, 100 viewers, right? And yeah, I think like if you watch YouTube, if you watch Twitch for quite a long while, I think that you will understand, you'll get to know very quickly who is a good entertainer, who is fit to be a good streamer, and who is not suited for that lifestyle. Because yeah, you know, I think that there is very much a situation where some people are really good at live streaming, and then other people, you know, might be good at, for example, pre-recorded content like YouTube. And then there might be people who, you know, quite honestly are not suited for content creation at all. And that's fair. You know, it is what it is. Not everyone can have every single skill, every single talent in the world. So, yeah. But it is a very intriguing topic to discuss, for sure. Okay. I think is this guy the only guy left here? He might be the only one, and if he is, I can save this hostage. Yeah, I don't see anyone else coming over here. Alright, nicely done. Can I free her? I can. Alright. Nicely done, chat. Easy clap. Nah. You ain't gonna die. Not with the ghost around. Alright, so that's 2 out of 3. Where's the last hostage located? Maybe somewhere over here? Wait. Oh, wait. Why do I have no more arrows? Oh, it's the blow darts. Hold on. Bye-bye. They might be in this house. Yeah, I see some enemies camping around, but I don't see the hostage. Are they on the... They might be on the second floor. Yeah, okay. That's fair. This guy goes inside. That was close. That was very, very risky to do. Beautiful. Lovely stuff. Alright. How do I reach this guy? I have to climb out to grab him. Absolutely beautiful. Alright, and then the ladder is right here. Don't you worry, ma'am. You are all safe.
逃がしてやる。
命の恩人です。この鍵をお持ちください。役に立ちましょう。
御作の鎧を見たことは？
まさか滅相もありません。鍵を守るのが務めでしたので。
Key of Kuta, one of the 6 keys said to lead to Gosaku's armor, gifted by the farmers of Kuta Farmstead. Very nice. Very nicely done. Alright. So now Kuta Farmstead goes back to normal. Everyone's all nice and happy. And we've liberated the area. We are getting close to, you know, reaching the next legend status. So that'll be very exciting. I always love this scene right here. This scene of like just us chilling with you know, our steed, our noble partner in crime, or I guess justice in this case. All right, very nicely done. So we have 2 more locations that we can do. We also do have Azamo Bay. Yeah, we should be good to go. Anything useful here? Armor, 5 upgrades. I don't actually know if we have enough supplies for the Sakai clan armor or the samurai armor. And I should probably hold on to all of our resources just in case we get like a new armor that's really, really, really good. Okay, I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna fast travel.
Damn. 佐護の街道で恐ろしい光景を目にしてしまいました。
また猛虎が民を虐げておったのだな。
あれはひどいものでした。あいつらは父親が見ている前でその息子の亡骸を木に吊るしたんです。父親の叫び声が耳から離れません。
それは捨ておくわけにはいかんな。
志村様が地頭の任を解かれないといいけどな。
Damn. Hanging a person while their father watches. That's brutal. Absolutely brutal. Okay. Where are you, Kage number 2? There you are, bud. Assassinate enemies from above without being seen. 0 out of 3. Alright, stay here, bud. There's a dog somewhere that I can hear. Oh, I think I see it. I see at least one dog. Maybe there's multiple. No, no, hold on. I did not want to drop down there. This guy might start moving. If he doesn't move, that's fine. We'll take care of him later. Okay, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. God damn it. They saw me too fast. Yeah, I think I need to get into a different sniping position where instead of being like right in front of that hut, I need to be kind of behind it instead. Where is the enemy that I assassinate? Is it this guy? Beautifully done.
Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Нуугд яг ардчихна. Энийг хийсэн хүн өөр байна уу мэдээ дээр. Алсаг алуурч нь ойр байна. Оцгой. Тэр тэнд байгаа юу? Юм алгаа.
Yeah, I think we were able to take care of all the dogs, hopefully. And it doesn't seem like they noticed me, so that's good. Now, I need to assassinate 2 other people from above. I wonder if I can do like a chain assassination. That would be really, really ideal. Beautiful. Okay.
待たせてしまったな。
このご恩は忘れません。
もう安全だ。
Okay. That's 1 down. We do have 2 other hostages, though. Okay, I see 1. Okay, okay. Seems like they've separated themselves. That's good. Nicely done. Can I get into a higher position with any of these enemies? It's possible. Okay. So far, we're doing good. Yeah, there's 2 guys here. Gotta be very cautious of both of them. And I think there's a 3rd guy further away.
Tindman, bihar kuben.
Okay. Yeah. Scream all you want. I wonder if we can camp at the top of this house over here. Beautiful. Yeah, we got really lucky that we were close enough there to be able to activate that chain. Okay, so this is, I believe, 2 out of 3. We have 1 more hostage.
祈っておりました。
安全なところへ。抜かれてないぞ。
Okay. Now, where would the 3rd hostage be held? There's got to be an area that I have not yet explored. Aha. Found you. Okay. Let's try sneaking around this way, maybe? You don't see me, buddy. You don't see a thing. It's just the wind. Nicely done. Don't want to risk getting too close to the main group there that's like kind of camping around the hostage. So I'll wait for this guy to do his rounds. Thankfully, both of those bozos are facing the same direction, so they're not going to be alerted whenever I take out this guy. Beautiful. Absolutely well done.
in the Dosan!
Beautiful. Yeah, that was a really, really nice kunai throw there.
待たせてしまったな。
I was really worried for a second.
猛虎に殺されるかと思いましたよ。奴ら、御作様の鎧を探し取りました。鍵をお譲りしましょう。あなたにこそふさわしい。
御作の鎧、必ずや守ってみせよ
う。Okay. Key of Ohama. One of 6 keys said to lead to Gosaku's armor, gifted by the farmers of Ohama Farmstead. Hell yeah. Yeah, like I was really worried there that, you know, because I believe that at least 2, if not, all of the, you know, Mongols, all of the enemies, I believe that they, had shields. And so I was like, okay, if I get, you know, preoccupied fighting one of them, they might stall me and end up killing the hostage while I'm busy taking on one of them. Charm of Toxic Demise. Wind chimes release poison vapors that kill enemies who pick them up. Ooh, I like that. That's a pretty dope charm. Yeah, I like that a lot. Alright, let's see here, chat. Perfect. Yeah, so we have one last area to liberate. And then I believe we have all of the keys for the Gosaku armor. Fuck it, let's go and take care of this place, shall we? So where can I fast travel to? Do I want to go here? Yeah, maybe I do that. Maybe I start at the Fox Den. So I'll fast travel there, and then I'll ride kind of southwest. Okay. Age number 2, where'd you go? There you are. Good boy. Did I actually... Oh, I didn't kill it. I heard it. Interesting. That's very interesting. Seeing just like a dead, you know, person hanging from the tree, that is something that I don't think I will ever not be creeped out by.
Huge wish.
Could I headshot this guy?
Ben, Harraj, Ben!
Come over here and let me assassinate you. Did I miss that? Damn, you're kidding me. Okay. Wait, I can't jump up? What the hell? What? I blocked that. You and your shields. Okay, we have a spear guy. Bye-bye. You're dead. Anyone else? Seems like there's more guys around. Interesting. Alright, I'm gonna rescue this guy. Quite surprised that we did not fail that and end up dying.
生涯忘れません。
もう安全だ。
優しい男だったのに、どうして？
That's not what I meant to press. Kill enemies who are on fire. Really? I only have one flaming arrow. What the heck? I suppose what I could do is... Yeah, I could do that. Okay, I only have 10 regular arrows left, no flaming arrows. Stupid bird. Don't need that thing reporting my whereabouts. Alright, let's see here, chat. Ad break in 3-ish minutes from now? Something like that. Doesn't seem to be any hostages over here. Wow. Three predator hides. That's an impressive amount. Not bad, not bad. I thought I would only get like one. Nope, wrong button. Okay, I see the second location here, yeah. Yet they're going for the hostage. Okay.
動くな。
やっと自由だ。
行け、達者でな。
どこかに定まらないと。
Alright. And then... Is there another bird? For frick's sake. Stop it. For fuck's sake, man. How many arrows did I just now waste there? Yeah, these eagles are some very annoying pests. Okay, we have ads starting soon, chat, so I'll probably pause before we find the next hostage. The next group of enemies. Surely they're not going to be anywhere near the burning buildings, you know? Alright. Ads have started, chat. Here we go. Time to stretch. Time to work out. Ugh. Time to take a break from the game. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, very nice. Oh, very, very, very nice. Cool. Okay, okay. Oh boy. Yep, yep. Stretch all the muscles, yep. Stretch all the bones and ligaments and stuff. Yeah, yeah, that feels good. Oh boy. Let me see if I can finish my salad. I don't have too much left, so we might be able to finish all of it before the ad break is over. Not too shabby. Oh boy. Oh yeah. Yeah, chat. So today is Tuesday, or it was Tuesday. It's technically now Wednesday. On Thursday, I have some homework assignments that are due, and I think one of the homework assignments that I have to work on is it's kind of like a research type assignment. We did part 1 of the research assignment, I think like maybe 2 weeks ago, and now we have to do part 2. And not only that, but I think next week I might have my midterm, which a lot of the time, you know, midterms in college classes, typically they are in the form of like an exam, right? Some type of a test that is supposed to sort of mimic the final exam for the class. But sometimes the midterm could be, a project, right? Or an essay or something. So I'm not looking forward to the midterm, and I'm not looking forward to, this research assignment, but I have to do what I have to do. It's one of the reasons why, I wanted to stream today and not kind of like postpone it for a later time. That's a great question, Six. So right now, I am studying for a bachelor's degree, and the degree is business and tech management, right? So this type of degree, it's usually meant for people who want to, go into any industry that's out there, and they want to, be a project manager or a program manager. Um, you can also be someone who is kind of more hands-on, and you're someone who is perhaps like a business analyst or a data analyst, right? That type of stuff. That's kind of the general idea of this degree, but it's meant to be something that is a little bit flexible, where you aren't confined to one specific role, like, oh, you can only be an engineer, you know what I mean? So it's meant to be something that allows you to adapt to different companies, different countries, perhaps, things like that. So yeah. As for the classes that I'm currently taking, right now I'm taking two classes. One of them is an international business class, which I'm gonna be completely honest with you is a giant waste of time, but I have to take it. And then the other one is a data analysis class, and this class kind of primarily focuses on an application which is called Power BI. I think it's Microsoft Power BI. And Power BI is a very, very commonly used data analysis tool. A lot of companies tend to rely on it, or they, if they don't use Power BI, then, they use something like Tableau, for example, which kind of achieves the same thing that Power BI does. So yeah, my choice or my parents? It is my choice, but it is basically, you know, I say that it's my choice, and what I mean is that my parents did not tell me to go for this degree. I chose this degree because I felt like it was probably the easiest degree I could go for that would be beneficial, that would help me with a career in the future, and my parents would not be, disappointed and upset with my career prospects. So it's not really something where I'm like, oh man, I love going for this degree and I'm passionate about it, right? But it's mainly just like I chose it because all the other, degrees out there are a lot more niche, a lot more complex, and not as I would say those other degrees out there to me are even more lame, or even more boring, even more not interesting. And yeah, not worth it. But that's just my opinion. Sounds like a flexible degree for job prospects. Yeah, it's intended to be. That's the hope. That's the goal. As for whether it works, we'll see. We'll see. You had international business as well. Waste of time and money, honestly. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I don't know. To me, a lot of these classes, right? A lot of these, especially the sort of, you know, business classes, or things like, economics, right? Now, obviously, you can study a subject like economics, and you can go like deep into studying that particular subject. You can really get down to like, the whole economic theory and stuff like that, right? The stuff that people who want to earn a master's degree or a PhD, those types of students, they study that stuff. But I think like generally the kind of you know, more common economics classes or business classes, a lot of the time the subject material, in my opinion, is very much like it's common sense. It's stuff that I was aware of, that I knew about, like in high school, maybe even in middle school, right? It's stuff that I feel like does not need to be taught, and students should not be paying, you know, $1,000 or $2,000 or even more to take a class that teaches it, you know? Um, I just, yeah, I don't think that any of these, you know, general business classes or economics classes, I don't think that they really are that valuable unless you are someone who is like, yeah, I am specializing in this very niche field that needs high level economics or high level business, you know. So yeah. You did a law degree and you still have no idea why you needed international business in the first place. The worst part was you weren't even allowed to drop it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this international business class that I'm taking is a specifically required class for my degree. And, you know, I can understand it, right? Because my overall bachelor's degree is focused on generally business and tech management, right? So it's like international business, it's connected. But I feel like, you know, imagine that you're someone who basically, you know, you get this degree, right? You get this business and tech management degree, and then you go and you work for like a company here in the US, and maybe you're in the tech field, maybe you're in the medical field, maybe you're in some other random, you know, industry out there. And you kind of work at this US company and you're like a program manager or a project manager, right? A lot of the time, I feel like those people, they are not responsible for dealing with international clients, international customers, right? Um, I mean, unless your job description literally says word for word, you will be managing international clients or international customers, I feel like most of the time you're going to be focused on, you know, like managing domestic projects or managing, you know, teams of people that work on domestic, uh, you know, services, right? And yeah, I feel like you have to be doing something that specifically targets international clients and international customers for that type of knowledge to actually matter, for it to actually be useful. And yeah, you know, in your case, for example, you did a law degree, right? If your law degree, right, if you are not serving people as a lawyer, if you're not serving international clients, if you are not fighting in an international court of law, what the hell do you need international business for, right? And especially if you're like, you know, you're doing a law degree and the focus, like the type of law that you study has nothing to do with business at all. It has to do with, I don't know, maybe you become like a lawyer for marriages and divorce and stuff like that, right? Like, why the fuck does international business have anything to do with that? You know? Um, so I totally understand, you know, why you feel like it was a waste of time and money. Like I would feel the same way, 100%. Um, yeah, yeah. That's the thing. That's, you know, the reason why I criticize the US education system so harshly is, you know, there's a bunch of flaws, a bunch of problems with our country and the education system. I think one of the biggest issues that we have not addressed and that I don't know if we will ever address is, you know, all of these degrees, I feel like they are completely inflated, where they just throw a bunch of random bullshit classes at the students and they're like, hey, take these. If you don't score well in these classes, you won't get the degree. And it's like, what do they have to do with the degree? It's like they don't have anything to do with the degree. We just want you to be generally educated to make, you know, the you know, kind of like literacy rate or the educational ratio of our American population seem higher, right? And it's like, well, if I don't need that theoretical knowledge to practically apply it to my career, to my job, why the fuck am I spending so much time and money on these useless classes, right? It's such a scam. It is so bad. And, you know, that's why, like, so basically, you know, right now, I am currently going to a local college that is nearby where I live. And, you know, the college that I go to, they offer 2-year degrees and they offer 4-year degrees, right? So you can study for 2 years at this college and then you can transfer to a university if you want to, right? Or you can get a 4-year degree at this college. Um, you know, I've had like my father, right? He asked me, why did you not go to a university? Why did you not aim to go to somewhere that is like prestigious, you know, some place that has a reputation? And I told my father, I was like, you know, the quality of the education that I get from a university versus my local college is not going to be that significantly different. You know, it's not like I take an international business class at a university and then I take one at a local college and they're like completely opposite one another and they have nothing to do with each other, right? That's not the case. They're teaching the exact same fucking subject. And the only difference is just that a university is going to cost like 2, 3, maybe even 4 times the amount of money that a local college will cost instead. So it's like, what the fuck is the point of me going to a university for, right? Even more of a waste of time, even more of a waste of money than going to a local college. And what's gonna happen? I'm gonna fucking walk away from a university with student debt that's like, you know, 50,000 US dollars or 100,000 US dollars of debt, and I'll have to pay that off for the rest of my life, right? Like, why would I do that to myself? Um, yeah, and you know, I think, like, thankfully, my father is not that excessively stupid, because, you know, my father, so my father, uh now in his life, he basically claims that something he's very passionate about is teaching other people. He believes that he loves to teach other people. And in my personal opinion, I feel like my father is a horrible teacher. But he likes to teach. And so he has been, you know, working as a school teacher for different colleges, different establishments, right? In the local area. And I remember, you know, one time he spoke to me and he talked about how, like, he had the opportunity to maybe potentially become a teacher for the local university. So there's a university here where I live, called the University of Washington. And if you are an American, you very likely have heard of it because it is, you know, it's like a prestigious university here in the northwestern part of the country. So University of Washington, good reputation, very like prestigious school. My father, you know, he had like a job interview, maybe to become a teacher there. And he told me that, like, you know, he got to see what the university experience was like for students and for teachers. And he said that he did not like it because, I think what he said is that a lot of the time, the university students, they, like, to him, they felt as if they were very, you know, self-centered, very like, you know, entitled and very egotistical, where it's like, yeah, you know, the university students in their mind, they think, oh yeah, I deserve the best treatment because I am a you know, rich university college student, right? And so they have like a very pompous attitude about themselves. So you know, my father, he basically told me that he decided to not become a university professor because he did not like the environment of teaching at a university. So I think like because of that experience that my father had, I think that he can understand why I chose not to go to university, and you know he accepts that I chose differently, that I went a different path. But thankfully, you know, my mom, she like I think my mom is primarily just worried about whether I am able to take care of myself or not. And if I'm able to manage my life fine without, you know, needing severe help from my parents, like my mom is able to not worry about me, and she's fine with whatever I choose to do as long as I'm independent and self-sufficient. So yeah. If your parents are okay with your choice, all is well. Yeah. Yeah, like my father, he, you know, without a doubt, as any Asian parent would do, my father, you know, loves to criticize my life choices, right? He is someone that is not afraid to, you know, call me out if he thinks that I made a bad decision about something in my life. And unsurprisingly, right, it goes without saying that my father would have absolutely loved if I, you know, if I had become like a lawyer or a doctor, you know, some kind of very high level, high paying, prestigious job, right? That any Asian parent wants that for their child. But I think like, you know, eventually, after such a long time of me not listening to my father and kind of doing my own thing, yeah, like he kind of just gave up, and he was like, just do something that you want to do, that you're you know, passionate about, that you're happy with. And if you do something that you think is worth the time, then that's like the least that I can do for myself and do for my family. So yeah, I kind of just was very, very stubborn with my father, and I did not let him, you know, I did not let him boss me around and tell me what to do. And I kind of just, yeah, followed my own ideas, even if they weren't the greatest ideas, even if they did not lead all towards success. It is what it is, right? It's in the past, but yeah. See here. I'm still trying to find where the heck is this third hostage? Dude, like I feel like I've been all over this farm area and I can't find them. Where is this hostage at? Nowhere? Wait, are they just inside? With no one guarding them? What the hell? I thought that there was like an area that I missed. That's so weird.
村の恩人だ。
鍵は持ち去られてしまったか。
鍵なんて欲しけりゃくれてやる。御作の鎧なんて昔話ですからね。
鎧は作り話だと？
もちろん。鍵は差し上げますので確かめてみられては。
Key of Aoi, one of 6 keys said to lead to Gosaku's armor, gifted by the farmers of Aoi village. Nice. Alright, so we liberated the area, which is really nice. Get out of here, you stupid deer. Very, very nice. Okay. Area has been completed, baby. Fuck yeah. And then I'm pretty sure that the quest, where is it? I think it's like all the way up here. No. Where is that quest that I'm looking for? Tadayori, no, it's not that one. Is it here? Yeah. The Gosaku armor. Yeah, so this right here is the mythic tale, the quest for the armor that we got the keys for. Interesting. Okay. How long have we been live for? 6 hours? Not bad, not bad. Okay, here's what we can do, chat. Let's go and let's focus on, yeah, let's focus on seeing basically what the main quest line is all about, what we have to do next. And you know, we can hopefully find a good stopping point after we go and check out what's next for us. Okay, we're gonna fast travel. Yeah. And then I can also take a look at my techniques here. Let's see, what do we want to upgrade? Don't really care about that upgrade. Both of these cost 2, and we only have 3 points. Okay, I'm gonna take this one, and then I'm gonna take this one as well. There we go. Nicely done. Alright. 2 very, very good upgrades. There's a temple over here. I think so.
この戦のため家族を残してきたのだ。
ここも人手が増えて嬉しい限りだね。
Okay.
他の皆は
みんな支度は済んでるよ。ハーンを殺せるのはこの対馬にあんたしかいないって先生が言ってた。
一人では無理だ。しかも策がなくては。
あいつは手下を従え港にいるよ。
まず守りの穴を探さねば、その先にあるハーンの隠れ場もな。
鳥にでもなれたら楽なのに、いいところがあったよ。闇が味方のうちに立とう。
Okay. Port Izumi.
泉の港。かがり火台からならよく見える。登れればだけど。
気づかれなければよい。いざ行くぞ。
A gathering storm. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Move closer to the lighthouse. Do not raise the alarm. Okay, where's the lighthouse? Over there?
なぜハンは泉に来たの？
対馬から本土に渡り、蹂躙するつもりなのだろう。今を逃せば止められなくなる。
この花って。
俺の毒の元となる花だ。
猛虎が積んでいったんだね。
我らを殺すために。
毒を使ったこと悔やんでるかい？
危険を承知で大勢の命を救ったのだ。
もっと大勢が死ぬことになる。
その前にハーンを止めるほかない。
そうだね。ハーンを殺さなきゃ。すぐに。
Alright, let's start moving carefully. Make sure that we're not seen by anyone.
攻め入るのは無謀。崖側から回り込むぞ。
物見の裏をかくのか。いいね。
去哈鲁，哎，兄弟们，
Oh, okay, okay. So they raised the alarm. Okay. That's fair enough.
攻め入るのは無謀。崖側から回り込むぞ。
物見の裏をかくのか。いいね。
Bye bye. Easy peasy.
Надад сандрах юм алга.
So far, we're doing okay. Hmm. Beautifully done. So far, we have not been caught.
"樽の中身は何だろう。火薬かな。
花だ。毒用の。一樽で何百人も殺せる。ハーンは本土で使うつもりだ。対馬から出してはならん。かがり火台から港を物見しよう。
先に行って。
Probably a very smart idea to stop his evil plan, Because I do not think we want to poison the people of Japan. Seems like that would be very, very evil of us. Alright, scouting time.
海を見ろ。ないでおる。
嵐の前の静けさ。
こちらの利になるやもな。今は火を消したままにしておくぞ。もうこの船の目指す印になってしまう。
奴らが去ったらつけよう。さあ、物見と行くか。
Okay. Very quickly, I do want to check something, chat. Let me see here. So we have the bow. We have... Okay, this is, I believe, yeah, it's the black powder bomb. And then we have the blowgun. Okay, okay. Yeah, I wanted to check very quickly, because I remember that, like, you know, whenever I think it was... Yeah. When I was looking here at my, you know, inventory, right? I saw my sticky bomb, I saw the smoke bomb, and I saw the kunai. And I was like, wait a second, where did my black powder bomb go? And I realized it's basically on the other button for different abilities that I have.
あの岩場から猛虎の水軍を見て取れる。
ヒアリがあれば船を真っ二つにできるのに。
あの辺りに兵はおらんな。
開けてて守れないから。
だが不意打ちには申し分ない。あそこに旧兵を置ける。
猛虎を丘に誘い込むの。
なあ、騎兵に囲まれてしまうだけか。鳥が弧を描いておる。
何かが来るのを怖がってるみたい。
嵐だ。じき陸に降り立つのだろう。港の長の屋敷。あれがハーンの隠れ家かもな。
船着き場にも水軍にも近い。賢いね。
Okay.
ハーンは本土に向かう手はずがついておる。船には兵も火薬も積んであるだろう。俺の毒も。対馬で止めねば日の本が危うくなる。
大風がいつ来るかが肝になる。
大風が来ればハーンは船を止めねばなるまい。その時仕掛ける。
船も積み荷も壊してやる。そのためには兵器を盗まなきゃ。
お主ならば安きこと。
その後はどうする？
小勢が猛虎の気をそらし、俺が港に忍び込む。そしてハーンを撃つ。
いい策だ。
では上学で司祭を決めよう。
Very nice. A gathering storm. I like it. I like it, chat. Legend of the Ghost. The Phantom Samurai. Pretty dope. I like that. Okay. What is our next step here? Heart of the Jito. Heart of the Jito. Is that the one? Yeah. Contact Lord Shimada to coordinate your attack. Interesting. New gift is available. Okay, where is our gift altar? I think it is not there. Probably way inside here. There's the trapper. Okay, here's the altar. Venerable spirit, worn by warriors who have earned respect. I like it.
お前は何様のつもりだ。どっかの大将でも気取ってんのか。
考えればわかるだろう。お侍が猛虎を下に
Okay.
集める。勝てると思う。
We do have armor upgrades, but I don't know if any of the armor upgrades are ones that we desperately want. 30% resolve. Increases the standoff streak by 2. I mean, this would be a really, really nice upgrade. That being said, we are going to at some point get the Gosaku armor, so I'm very curious to see what that is about before I commit to spending my resources. Okay.
もう酒が一滴も見つからねえや。
ハチの切れ味を鮮やかにいたしましょ
Fuck it, I'll take it.
う。磨き上げましたよ。
Nice. Fully
酒井
upgraded.
様、十分な素材をお持ちください。
Damn, this is expensive. Definitely very expensive. Gold as well, huh? I only have 1 gold and I need 4. Yikes. Alright, well, I appreciate it, bud.
またいつでもお越しください。
あのお方がいれば。
Good shit, chat. Good shit. Alright. Is there anything... Azamo Bay is definitely something I do want to take a look at, but I don't believe we have any way that we can quickly teleport over there. I think we would have to start, like, all the way from over here, this fox den, and then go this way. Would be really nice if we could unlock a teleport place over here. Let's try fast traveling. And then I'm gonna set the direction. I think it's this way? Yeah. We shall see if we can pass by, you know, like some kind of village or something that'll allow us to fast travel. And if we can, then we can, you know, save our progress. Bring it on, bandits.
お前震えてるんじゃないか。よく。
Yikes. These guys got absolutely blasted. Sorry for the wait, bud. What even is this item? Why is it here? The heck? That's so weird. I can't even, like, pick it up or anything, chat. It's just like a little bento box in the middle of the bridge. Bring it on. Ooh.
お助けを。
動くな。
You're safe, bud. Don't you worry.
このご恩は忘れません。
道中気をつけよ。
どうかこれをお受け取りください。
Appreciate you, bud. Where did Kagetsu go? There you are, bud.
仲間がどんどん殺され、次は足の番でした。
どこも万兵だらけだ。
これじゃ勝ち目はねえ。
でもなんとかせにゃ。お侍、アザモウラを取り返すためお力添えを。
村の中の者が危うくなるぞ。
猛虎は年寄りを痛めつけてるんです。ある捕虜が逃げた罰として。
痛めつけて何になる。で、どこに囚われた。
一人は神社、あとの二人は家の中に。
いかにして入る。門は開かぬぞ。
正門の近くに隙間が、子供が通れる大きさです。
俺が忍び込もう。肩がつくまで隠れていろ。
対馬の傷は恩に来ます。
Unfinished business. Well, now we're here to finish it, chat. Drive those disgusting Mongols out of the area. Kill the Mongol leaders. There are 3 of them. Ooh, interesting. I see a leader right there. Beautiful. A little bit too tall to jump up, it looks like.
Huge fish water. Himbot yako. Huge fish water. Нэг холоосаг да хоршидэж. Ахиж харамвал олоод алнаа тэрний. Assumption гэнагшиг болсон. Юм алгата. Юу ч биш байжээ.
Okay. Seems like they're returning to their positions. I think this guy right here has a helmet, so I can't headshot him, which is really annoying.
Тэнд байна. Хаана? Ямар ч удмаар одоо. Тийм ээ. Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Тэд энэс мултарч чадахгүй. Өгсөн мус самурай. Бүгд салаад хайж ол. Чи сэвсэг нөөчичээ. Ямар нэг юм харав уу? Юм алгаа. Тэр уцээ. Ямар тааш бэлэн байгаараа. Дараа мултарч чадахгүй.
This guy isn't moving at all.
Барчла.
That was simple.
Ой, өнөө Ялтнууд хаан байна. Хаан тушаа. Өчүүхэн харах. Өөрийгөө долоохоор явцлаа.
Nope. Too close, too close.
Ялтнууд хаан байна. Тэвчээр барж гинэ.
Yeah, that guy notices me. Okay. I think I know the order that I need to take them out.
Тэвчээр барж гинэ. Тэнд байна. Хаан. Яаж тусна? Тийм ээ. Самурай.
Okay, you're free.
怪我は
ありません。手当てしろと言われたのですが。
断ったのだな。しばらくここに隠れておれ。
どうか梶山をお助けください。どこかの家に囚われているはずです。
Okay. Nice. Make sure we don't die from a fall. Gonna head out. Have a good stream and good night. Six, I appreciate you, dude. You're awesome, and you know, I'm very glad to get to chat with you every once in a while. Hope you enjoy Red Dead Redemption 2. Hope you enjoy Ghost of Tsushima, and all the best of luck with the gacha. You know how it is, right? All the best of luck with the RNG. Nope, wrong button.
Here, you!太刀の鍛え方を教えろ。断れば首を切り落とす。
Trying to figure out how can I get inside. Enemies nearby? Yeah. Not a good idea.
Niks zagen oogimsen.
This one's a tough one, chat. This kind of layout of the house. I'm not liking it. It's not good for stealth. I feel like what I'll probably have to end up doing is I'll have to, you know, I'll have to, like, alert them and protect the hostage. But we'll see. We've about 3 minutes or so until ads begin. Let me actually take a look here. Let me see. Blowgun, throw, half bow. Sticky bomb, kunai, smoke bomb. This one is tricky. Maybe that could work? I mean, we can try.
Zagen oogimsen.
They did not notice him. Okay. I wonder... Beautiful. Lovely. Ooh! God damn, chat. That is one of the most satisfying things in this game, is when you just absolutely obliterate the leader of an area. God, it feels so good. There you go, buddy. You're safe now.
もう安全だ。タカという鍛冶屋のように、わしも殺されるかと思いました。
タカは村から逃げた。安心しろ。しばらく身を隠せ。
Okay. Nicely done. Only one guy here? Damn, he's just not at all careful. Okay. That was easy. Oh, we've got an ad break, chat. Pausing the game. Pausing the game. Hands off. Alright. Here we go. Exercise time, baby. Ugh. Let's not tangle with the earbuds, please and thank you. They're already broken enough. Here we go, chat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Do I want to do another 5? I don't know if it'll hurt too much. I think it should be okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. And then another 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. There we go, chat. Did 10 on each side. Just for the proper workout. Alright. Yep. Stretch it out. Yep. Breathe. Make sure you get everything flowing, everything circulating as it should. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. All right. Oh, man. Oh, that feels good. Yeah, that feels really good. Nice. You know, chat, so, as I mentioned this in the beginning of my stream, I've been watching Chihaya Furu, a very old anime that is honestly extremely entertaining. The one thing about Chihaya Furu that I've been constantly thinking about as I watch through it is, you know, this anime, there is an element to it that involves romance, right? So, the main character of the show, her name is Chihaya. It's a female lead character, and she has a friend of hers, a childhood friend, and his name is... I think... I'm trying to remember exactly what it is, because I know I'm going to say some, you know, Japanese name that's probably common, and I'm going to completely butcher it. I think his name is, like, Taika. but it might be something entirely wrong. Let me actually take a look here. Chihaya Furu. Oh, I was kind of close. Yeah. So his name is Taichi Mashima, right? So she has a childhood friend by the name of Taichi. And Taichi is a good character, right? He's a good human being, and he is someone that when you watch the show, you can't hate him. He's not a very hateable character, right? Um, I think that Taichi's character, it is a character where if I met someone like him in real life, I would very much respect him as a human being, right? Um, of course, unsurprisingly, Taichi has romantic feelings for Chihaya, but Chihaya is such um, a very naive character that she does not understand romance. She does not understand um, love, and it makes sense because these characters in the show are 16 years old, 17 years old, right? So they're young teenagers. They're not supposed to fully grasp what love is. But I think the idea that Chihaya is a character who cannot tell if somebody has a crush on her, like that to me is something that I feel like is disappointing, because I think that even as a teenager, even as you do not understand fully the concept of love, I think that it's not very difficult to tell when someone actually cares for you, right? So, Chihaya, she has a childhood friend, Taichi. Taichi has feelings for her. Unfortunately, it seems like Chihaya, she has a crush on a character by the name of Araya. I think his name is Araya Watase is I believe how you pronounce it. I hope I got that right, and I can triple check here. Let me see. Um, I'm like 99% sure I got the name correct. What is it? It is no, it's Aratta, not Araya. So Aratta Wataya. That's his full name, right? So Arata, which I believe is the correct pronunciation. Arata is, a boy who is like a transfer student to their school, and Arata is a person who loves the art, the sport of karuta, and he kind of teaches Chihaya about it, right? So Chihaya essentially falls in love with Arata, and she does not really realize that it's love. She kind of just sees Arata as, um, someone to follow in their footsteps, to try and become as good as he is at Karuta, right? Um, I feel like, when you have this type of romantic situation in a story, in an anime, typically what ends up happening is that there comes a moment, at some point in the story, where the character, in this case Chihaya, will have to make the decision of who she, decides to be with. Does she decide to, you know, um, reciprocate the love that Taichi has for her, or will she continue to chase after Arata, right? And I feel like it's very, very, very common in anime, in fiction, for the female character to not choose the childhood friend because, you know, the female character might view the childhood friend as just a friend and nothing more than that, right? Which is something that I've never been a fan of, because I think, to me, right, and this is just my personal perspective on the idea of romance. I think that I would very much rather get to know a human being and you know, kind of grow up with them over, you know, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, right? Grow up with this human being, and I get to know them very well, and we're best friends. And then, you know, in this case, obviously, this hypothetical scenario, this person would be a female, a woman, right? So I would be childhood friends with this wonderful person, and then in the future, you know, like 30 years later or 20 years later, what however long it is, you eventually get married to that person because you know them so well. You know, grew up with them, and you know the things that you love about the person, and you know the things that you know, kind of irritate you about the person, but you still love them, right? Uh as childhood friends, and then as more than childhood friends, right? I would rather experience that type of romance compared to, oh, I met this boy in elementary school who was a transfer student, and then, you know, this boy, he showed me something that I you know, became very passionate about, and then when we grew up, we went our separate ways, and you know, we went separate areas of life, and then, you know, I go on this like path of trying to chase after him, trying to uh, um, you know, follow in his footsteps, right? Because in comparison to the childhood friend, your relationship with this other person who you have a crush on is not as powerful. It's not as deep. It's not as significant, you know? And I feel like when you compare, like, okay, who do you know better? Do you know your childhood friend better? Or do you know this, you know, character who entered your life when you were young? Then, as you grew up, they left your life, they exited your life, and now you are blindly chasing after them, trying to reunite, right? Like, objectively, that other person that you briefly spent time with in your life, you know them less compared to your childhood friend. So I've never understood this idea where it's like, ah, well, because, you know, this guy or this girl is a childhood friend of mine, I am not, like, romantically attracted to them. You know what I mean? Like, that sort of concept, to me, does not sound realistic at all. So I've never been a fan of that kind of stereotype, that trope. Um, I have a feeling that maybe during season 2, maybe during season 3, or maybe it's just not even in the anime, it's in the manga only. At some point, I think that Chihaya will have to choose between Taichi and between Arata. And, you know, to be completely honest, I'm kind of conflicted, because on the one hand, I root for Taichi, as he is a genuinely good human being, right? He is someone that, you know, deserves to be loved by someone that he cares about, right? But then on the other hand, Arata, his character is also a good human being. He's not a villainous person. He's not someone who is unworthy of romance, right? He's a good person. And I think that, like, you know, Arata and Chihaya, while they are not childhood friends, and you know, they did not grow up together like Taichi did with Chihaya, they are still close friends. You know, they are still friends that care about each other, right? And so, you know, I can see that if Chihaya were to choose Arata, Chihaya would be happy with her choice, and she, would be happy to be in a relationship with Arata. And I think vice versa, Arata would be very, very, very happy to be with Chihaya. So it's really tough because, like, let's say that Chihaya chooses Taichi, that means that Arata, he gets hurt. He is the one that suffers because of that. And then, I don't really want Arata to suffer. He's not a bad guy. And then vice versa, if Chihaya chooses Arata, then Taichi suffers. And that sucks because Taichi deserves better, right? He deserves, a good romantic partner. So it's really tough to kind of choose. I would say that, like, if you forced me to make a decision where you were like, you have to pick one or the other, which one do you go for? I would say that, like, basically 51% of my heart, my soul, right, leans towards Taichi. I would prefer to have Taichi as the romantic partner, but then, like, 49% of me is like, no, go for Arata, right? So it's very, very, very close, right? If it cannot be 50-50, if it cannot be even, then 51% is me rooting for Taichi, and then 49% is me rooting for Arata. But I'm really curious to see if they tackle this issue in the anime, and if they do tackle it, how do they handle it? I hope they do it in a way that's very mature, very, respectable, very much like an adult way to handle romance. But I don't know. I mean, this is a story concerning young teenage kids, so I would not be surprised if something really dumb happens instead. But yeah, it's very interesting because, the romance aspect of the story is 100% a kind of side plot. It's not something that is like the main primary focus of the story, right? Okay. Let's go ahead and... Okay. We're gonna try to figure out where we want to go now.
動けるな。
Huge waddled. Timbaha.
And beautiful. Alright, gates open, chat.
もうこの掟を受け入れれば大ハーンもお許しくださる。拒めば罰を下す。
やめろ。
Okay, lovely, lovely.
Тэнд нэг юм хөдөлсөн.
Дугуйра.
Явж туслая. Тийм ээ. Тухтаж чадахгүй.
ありがとうございます。
待たせてしまったな。村長か。
いかにも。もうこの掟を受け入れねば村の者を皆殺しにすると脅され諦めるところでした。
よくぞ耐え抜いたな。安全になるまで隠れていろ。
もうこの隊長に家を乗っ取られました。どうか奴も退治なさってください。
I got you, buddy. Don't worry.
地域に寒くなりそうだな。
今少しだけ辛抱してくれ。
恩に来ます。
やめて、お願い。
お侍様。
安心するな。行け。
Very, very nice. Okay. Nope, wrong button.
Adashi 新しい網を作れ。
Bidholkwi. Hedden udulhjavla.
魚を取れば殺しはしない。
Zagasberi. Bidcham san handi. Negium harsinta. Очиж барь.
Okay. Okay. Beautifully done.
Тэнд нэг юм хөдөлсөн. Тэнд юу вэ?
Okay. Second gate open. I didn't even realize there was 3 different gates that I need to deal with, chat, but that's fine. Okay, nicely done. Alright, so this is the third gate. Now, where the heck is the last Mongol leader? Surely these guys are like the ones that are really, really loud, yelling every time. I feel like I would have been able to find him at some point. But maybe I skipped over him. Oh, I see him, chat. I see him. I don't think I can climb up there. Okay, there's a guy right there. Okay. Alright, we can do this, chat. I want to see if there's a way for me to, like, climb on top of this building here. Huh. Okay. I can only jump over that. I can't jump on it. Yeah, what a shame. I think I might just have to do a standoff, chat. I think it's just probably the easiest pathway.
Purview! Barчилахан! Энэ үхчихээ! Бүгдээрээ мос самураг не дуцгай! Ямар нэг юм харвоо! Юм алгаа! Явцгаж! Гэхдээ болгоомжтой! Ахиад учруул үхтэл болгоно!
Seems like two of them have helmets. Yeah, I can't shoot that guy with an arrow.
Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Харж гин. Харгэслэн. Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Тэд энэс мултарч чадахгүй. Ямар нэг юм харгу. Уцаа дэрж мэдэн сэрэмжтэй бай. Тэр тэнд байгаа юу?
I don't even know where that other guy ran off to, chat. Bro just got so fucking scared. I think he pissed his pants and he was like, cool, I'm out of here. I don't want to get shot by a blow dart. Easy peasy. Look for the Mongol leader. Wait, what? That guy was not the leader? Or not, like... I thought that there were 3 different leaders, and we killed all 3 of them. Oh, up here. Ah, okay. Okay. Cutscene time, maybe?
侍か。よくも民を苦しめたな。もうこの掟に従えば、こいつらは苦しまずに済む。愚かな嘘をつくな。死をもって償うがいい。その首、俺が切り落としてやる。
Bring it on, baby. I wish we could do that anime move where we just, like, flick it, and, you know, once we flick it... Basically, he ends up just dying by 1,000 cuts. Ooh, good one. Oh, that was reverse order. There we go. There we go, chat. Easy peasy. Hell yeah. Yeah, I made a mistake there where, you know, essentially he was kind of following the same pattern of, you know, first he would do a red attack, and then he might do a swing, like a normal swing. And I think what ended up happening is he reversed the order of what he did before, and caught me off guard, and so I got clipped, I think like 2 or 3 times, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, where are these banners that I'm supposed to raise? All the way over here, I guess? Raise banners.
家が焼けてしまったよ。
Such a beautiful place being right next to the ocean side. Really, really nicely done. Unfinished business.
温かいものを食べたいね。
Atatakai mono means like basically something hot. They want to eat some hot food. Charm of Vitality, defense charm. Very, very nice. Okay. So, we have liberated Azamo Bay, like the Giga Chads we are. Honor buried deep. A man in Azamo Bay sounds distressed. I'll find out what's wrong. Very, very nice. Okay, okay. Let's see here, chat. I think we're gonna go ahead and pause the game here, and we will pick up Ghost of Tsushima at a later time. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. So, you know, looking forward to my next Ghost of Tsushima stream. That is kind of tough to say it, you know, very quickly. I think what I want to do is I want to do the quest for the Gosaku armor. I think that's definitely something to, you know, kind of focus on now that we have all of the keys that we need, right, for this treasure chest, you know? So I want to do this quest. And then I think after that, we can probably focus on the main story, and we can focus on, you know, preparing to attack Khotun Khan and his, like, little army, right? So I think that is what we have on our agenda. Obviously, we do have a bunch of different side quests, a bunch of different tales that we can work on, but I think the Gosaku quest and the main story are, you know, kind of top priority for me. Yeah. So what I'll do is I'm gonna go ahead and mark this on the map, and then let's fast travel to this village here. And then after this, we can, let's see. I want to make sure that the game saves before I exit out.
我らの助けを止められはしません。酒井様。
ノリオ、他の層はどこだ?
Okay, is there an NPC that I can chat with? Okay, the game's saving itself right now. Perfect. Alright. So, yeah, it literally just now saved. Let's go to title screen. Yes. Perfect. Exactly what we want. Yeah, so as I mentioned, chat, that's kind of like the focus of my next stream. We have the side quest for the Gosaku armor, and then we have the main quest, right? Of course, if we have time for more than that, we absolutely will take that time to enjoy more of the game. My next live stream that's scheduled is going to be on, I believe it's going to be on Friday, and if I'm not mistaken, I think that might be Halloween, chat. That might be October 31st. Let me see here. Yeah, what a coincidence. So Friday, October 31st, which is, you know, a spooky day. That is going to be my next Ghost of Tsushima live stream, and I'm very much looking forward to it. So I'll see you guys on Friday. Until then, you know, I'm going to be probably very busy with school things. I have not taken a look at my school calendar. I should probably triple check that. Let me see here. Ooh. Let's see. Assignment 6 and quiz number 3. Okay, okay. Yeah. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna try to do, chat. I can't promise anything, but I'm gonna try my best. So on Thursday, I have 3 assignments that are due, and on Saturday, I have 2 assignments that are due. I'm going to try my best by the end of Thursday to complete all 5 of those assignments. I don't know if I will accomplish it, because I am very, very much so a master of procrastinating and being lazy, but I'm gonna work hard to try and get those done before the deadlines. There is a possibility, there is a chance that I may not be able to stream on Saturday, but I will do my very, very best to try and avoid that possibility, try and avoid that situation. I'm trying to think here. So, next stream on Friday, what else? I mentioned the homework stuff. Yeah, I think that's the most important things that I wanted to make sure that I communicated. One thing that I do want to also kind of like share with you guys, and this is something that I will you know, I will remind you guys of this multiple times, so it's not just a one-time thing. For those of you that do not know, I have a very dear friend of mine by the name of Just Drew Main, a fellow local streamer that I'm very, very honored to call a friend. During the month of November, I am going to be basically participating in sort of like a collaboration stream event with him. And essentially, what's going to happen is that, you know, on the days that my friend Drew is streaming, he will be playing Elden Ring for the very first time, right? It'll be, well, not the very first time, like, he tried playing the game once before in the past, but he never got into it. He never really got hooked on the game, right? So he's going to be retrying Elden Ring for a second time, you know, kind of giving it another shot and seeing if he can, you know, enjoy the game and have a fun time with it. He's going to be retrying Elden Ring, and we are going to be doing basically a co-op Elden Ring event where every time that he streams Elden Ring, he will be playing Elden Ring with other people, including his brother by the name of Double O and myself, and then, you know, assuming that we can get it set up and working properly, a good friend of mine, Mr. Greasy T, who actually raided our channel earlier. So that, you know, collaboration stuff is going to be happening during the month of November. And what that means is that, you know, I'm not sure how the collaboration is going to work in terms of scheduling. I think that basically, like, you know, Drew, most of the time, I think that there are 3 days a week that he tends to stream. He tends to stream on Mondays, Thursdays, and then I think Sunday as well. I think Sunday is a stream day for him. And so for those 3 days, you know, if he goes online, if he streams and plays Elden Ring, I will be playing with him, right? Out of the 3 days that Drew streams, I think there's only 1 day that, like, coincides with my stream schedule, which is Sunday. So that means that there is a very real possibility in the month of November I will be saving my Sunday live streams for Elden Ring, and I won't be playing Ghost of Tsushima on Sundays. Um, I don't think that that is going to be too problematic. I don't think that that is going to be a major issue, but I just wanted to, let you guys know and share the news, share the small announcement. Um, yeah. So that's kind of the idea. That's the game plan. And once we basically iron everything out, once we make sure that all the details are set in stone, and that we have a very concrete plan for the Elden Ring collaboration, I will keep you guys updated. I'll let you guys know how it goes. Um, but yeah, basically, I think, fingers crossed, knock on wood, I think what's going to end up happening is that, let's say, right, hypothetically speaking, Mondays I play Elden Ring with Drew, and very likely I don't think that I'm going to be live streaming. I'm just going to be like in the background as a voice on Drew's stream, right? So Mondays Elden Ring with Drew, Thursdays Elden Ring with Drew, then Friday my own stream. It'll probably be Ghost of Tsushima or whatever the next game is if we finish Ghost of Tsushima. Then Saturday, assuming that I'm not, basically too busy with schoolwork and whatever, assuming that I can stream on Saturday, it'll be another Tsushima day. Then Sundays, it'll be Elden Ring with Drew, right? And it won't be Tsushima. So that's what I'm thinking. I don't know if that hypothetical schedule is going to change. I don't know if it's going to be different from the very beginning, but that's my sort of imagination right now. So I wanted to share that with you. And for those of you out there who enjoy Elden Ring, I hope you guys are looking forward to it. I hope you guys are very excited, because Elden Ring is a game that is near and dear to my heart. I definitely love that game. Even though it's not my personal favorite, I really, really had a blast going through my Elden Ring journey by myself, So I wanted to share that with you. That is something I wanted to talk about. Is there anything else that I'm forgetting? I don't think so. I don't think I'm forgetting anything else. Before I go, I did want to bring up something, right? I wanted to talk about something because, I think in the past, I have never really called this out. I've never really addressed it. I've never really, given the time to discuss it seriously. But I think today is a good opportunity for that. So, I don't know if they're still lurking around. I'm going to assume that they're not. And if they are, then that's totally cool. I don't mind if they hear this, because I think it's important for them to hear this. Earlier in my stream, there was a viewer who stopped by, and, they mentioned that, they are playing through Ghost of Tsushima and they're loving the game, right? You guys out there, especially those of you who watch the Twitch VOD, you probably did not notice this, or maybe you did if you were watching over the chat, right? And you had eagle eyes observing the situation. But for anyone out there who did not notice this, who did not catch it, there was a particular message that this user sent. And, essentially I'm paraphrasing the message that they sent, but it more or less went along the lines of, LOL, this guy, this streamer, he's still yapping about this particular topic, and basically that person, they said, go back to playing the game, right? Like they were saying, like, you can stop yapping now, continue playing the game, is what they said. And, obviously, this is paraphrasing. It wasn't that exact words, but that was the like message being conveyed, right? I, as someone who is attempting to be a very, mature, very professional streamer, right? I ignore messages like that. And I think that anyone out there, any streamer out there who does the same thing, they are doing the correct thing. They are behaving as a good streamer should behave, right? Um, However, I think that allowing behavior like that to happen, more than one time in your channel is not something that should be normalized, right? It should not be something that is allowed over and over and over again. And I think I've had that type of comment in my chat at least once before from a different viewer, from a different person, right? I just want to kind of like put this out there. I just want to make sure that my stance is very, very crystal clear, right? And that, everyone out there understands the way that I choose to behave and the reason why I act in the way that I do when it comes to these situations. Okay? So you can consider this as sort of like in a way it's like a channel rule, right? It's in a way it's like, a law that I'm putting in place for my channel, my content. And if you, break that rule, if you ignore that law and you disobey it, you will be penalized, right? So to be very, very crystal clear, to be very transparent, if a person in my chat, they might be a longtime viewer of mine, they might be a brand new viewer, they might be a subscriber, I don't know. If a person in my chat tries to basically control my behavior and tell me what to do, right? Like, hey, streamer, play the game. Hey, streamer, stop talking, right? Anyone who tries to do that in my chat, I will ignore that comment, right? And then if that person decides to repeatedly do the same thing over and over again, right? If they say like, hey, streamer, stop talking, or hey, streamer, play the game, and they do that like 2 times or 3 times or more, that is going to result in an automatic, just straight up ban from my channel. That's gonna result in, hey, you're gone. You don't get to watch my streams anymore. Get out of here, right? Because that type of behavior where a viewer is trying to tell a streamer how to act on their own channel, how to behave, how to create content, that's not acceptable, right? I think that anyone out there with an average or higher IQ knows that the viewers do not get to dictate what a streamer says and does, right? That's not how live streaming works. Maybe if you are watching like a TikTok live stream and you're watching some, little Zoomer kid on TikTok try to do something funny or do something entertaining, and then the people on TikTok are telling that Zoomer kid what to do, maybe it flies there. But on Twitch, that's not how things work, right? So essentially the rule of thumb is that if a viewer behaves in that manner where it's frankly very insulting and very rude to try and command a streamer to do something or not do something, if they do that, the first time that they, message something like that they comment something like that, it will be ignored. I will not read it out loud. I will not respond to it at all. I will pretend that that comment, that message does not exist. If the viewer does it a second time, and maybe even more than that, a third time, a fourth time, however, right? That is going to result in an automatic ban for my channel. It is what it is, right? There are some things where you have to put your foot down, and you have to, basically have your morals and have your beliefs, and you have to stand by them, right? That type of behavior is not acceptable. I think for the vast majority of Twitch streamers on this platform, those streamers would not allow it, and so neither will I, right? And especially, you know, in the case, so for example, to use the viewer from earlier today, right? That viewer, they typed the message and, you know, basically they said, like, LOL, the streamer is still talking about this topic. And then after that, when they said, you know, go back to playing the game, they typed it in all capital letters, right? As if they were screaming or shouting. As if they were like, you know, so I think their message said something along the lines of, bro, go back to playing the game. And they said it in all caps, right? So imagine what that sounds like if you were to, you know, imagine the sort of message being conveyed, the tone being conveyed. It's as if that viewer is like, bro, go back to playing the game, you know, and they shout it at the top of their lungs, right? At the streamer. That's unacceptable. You know, that, as I said, it's very rude, it's very insulting. So when that behavior happens repeatedly by you know, one single person, I will put my foot down and I will act on it. So I just want to put that out there. I want to share my stance so that we're crystal clear. And that way, you know, in the future, if there is someone who violates this channel rule of like, hey, don't be a dickhead, and they get banned, then the other viewers, the other people who watch the stream, they'll be like, oh, I know why they got banned. I can see the reason. Makes sense, right? So yeah, I wanted to make sure that my explanation is out there, everything is clarified, everything is elaborated, and you guys fully understand the context of everything. So yeah. But let's see here, chat. It looks like we have ads starting in about a little bit less than 2 minutes. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use this time right now to try and, you know, set up for the end of my stream. I'm gonna pull up my outro song. I'm gonna see if I can find a person to raid on Twitch, and then the ads will very likely happen. And I'll wait until, you know, during the ads, I'll you know, do some exercise. I'll take care of my health, take a little bit of a break, and then we'll get the end of stream going after the ads conclude. So let me pull up my outro song here. Okay, perfect. Outro song is ready to go. Let me... Where is Twitch at? Who the heck is live right now? We have Giguk, we have the Ferrets, and we have Sweetly. Okay. I think I'm gonna raid over to the Ferret stream, chat. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Because, you know, while I don't have anything against the other two streamers that I could potentially raid, assuming that their settings allow it, Sweetly is currently playing a game that I don't really care about that much. And then Giguk right now is just chatting, and I don't know what activity he's going to be doing. I don't know what game he's going to be playing, but even though I love Giguk as a content creator, I don't think he's I don't think he's built for live streaming, you know? I think he's more built for YouTube and for pre-recorded content. So his live streams are a little tiny bit awkward, a little bit strange to watch, as he is someone who very much kind of struggles when he does not have a script that he has prepared to, you know, read off of and create, you know, a pre-recorded video from. So yeah, I think we'll raid over to the Ferret channel. Let me pull up my... Let's see here. I'll pull up this stuff. Raid. And then... Perfect. Awesome. Good stuff, chat. Very, very good stuff. So we have the raid command ready. We have the ad break right now, which means that it is exercise time. Let me go ahead and grab the dumbbell. Oh, boy. All right, here we go. At least 5 on each side, maybe a little bit more than 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Very nicely done. 5 and 5. Oh boy. Thankfully, my arm doesn't feel bad. Doesn't feel uncomfortable like it did, you know, on Sunday. I think it was Sunday, whenever it felt a little bit strange to use the arm to lift the weight. It doesn't feel that bad, but yeah, I still do want to be careful. Make sure I don't overwork any of my muscles or my bones or anything like that. Even though I may seem like I'm a very, very young human being, I think on the inside I'm kind of a boomer, kind of an old man. Yeah. In any case, let me see. I have not finished my salad, have I? I still have a little bit left. Let me see if I can quickly consume the rest of it. We're all good, chat. We completed the salad. It was basically just a collection of cucumbers, radishes, and I believe spinach as well. Not really the biggest fan of salads and vegetables, but it does keep me healthy, so I will eat them. All right, let's see. Seems like we're back from Edge chat. We were able to do a little bit of exercise. We did not really stretch that much, but I do feel good. I feel fine. And we finished the salad that we needed to finish before I go to bed. Yeah. I think we'll go ahead and end the stream here. We will say farewell to all of you out there. Yeah, man. I've got nothing else. I think we're good to go. We are ready to raid the ferret stream whenever the outro song is completed. I want to say massive thank you, massive, you know, shout out to all of you out there who stopped by today. Especially a major thank you to Mr. Greasy T, a fellow local streamer, a dear friend of mine who I appreciate a lot for raiding on over, saying hello, bringing his beautiful community, his beautiful viewers over to, you know, my small stream. And yeah, massive shout out to Greasy. Massive shout out to all of you out there who, you know, watch the stream for 1 minute, for 10 minutes, for, you know, 30 minutes, for an hour. Doesn't matter how long. I appreciate all of you. So thank you guys so much. I had a wonderful time today, a wonderful stream. This was day 6 of Ghost of Tsushima, and we are getting closer and closer to the finale of the game. Although we do have a bunch of side content, a bunch of, you know, quests and whatnot left to do, right? So yeah. I hope to see you guys on Friday, October 31st. You know, happy early Halloween to all of you out there. And I wish you guys the absolute best rest of the week, right? Wednesday through Friday. So let me grab our lovely, lovely companions, our little capybaras, and we will say goodbye. We'll say goodnight to you guys. Oh boy, look at him. He's so adorable. He's so fluffy, absolutely beautiful. And then we have this guy here. We have our mascots. Yeah. Cool. Awesome. As I always love to say at the end of my streams, right, chat? I wish you all the absolute best out there. Thank you guys so much, right? Whether you were watching the stream, you currently are watching the stream, or you will be watching the VOD in the future, all of you are incredible, and I appreciate each and every one of you individually. Please, everyone out there, stay safe, stay happy, stay healthy, eat lots of yummy, delicious food. Make sure you guys drink plenty of water. Always, always, always stay hydrated. Bottom line, take care of yourselves. Stay comfy, stay cozy, and I will see you guys later this week on Friday, on Halloween, for more Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah. That's it for today. For now, I'm gonna say good night. I'm gonna say farewell, and let me get this outro song started. Let's go ahead and do that. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to actually swap over to the good old webcam. Apologies for the jump scare, chat. Swap over to the webcam, and I'm going to close Ghost of Tsushima. There we go. Make sure that it's not using up my processing power too much. And we have the outro song ready to go, chat. So yeah, I had a wonderful time today. I had a blast, and I think we accomplished quite a substantial amount of progress in the game, which I'm very, very happy about. So I hope to see you guys on Friday, whenever I go live again. Although I do know that there's probably a lot of people out there who are not going to be, hanging out on Twitch because it is Halloween. There will probably be a good amount of people who are busy either trick-or-treating or handing out candy to trick-or-treaters. But in any case, I hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful Halloween. And yeah, I will be returning not too long from now. Not too long. Only a couple of days. But yeah, much love to all of you out there. Have a lovely rest of your day or night, and yeah. Have a super easygoing, chill, relaxing rest of the week. All right, peace out, chat. Much love. Good night. Bye bye.